Welcome to Hollywood, 1960s. Bewitched looked like pure comfort. One nose twitch, one suburban problem solved, and everything back in place before the credits. But the real spell wasn't the magic. It was the secret weight underneath it. A woman hiding who she is to keep peace. A marriage balancing love against control. And a cast whose real lives carried triumph, loss, and heartbreak long after the laughter faded. Now in 2026, let's rewind the Stevens living room and see what happened to the faces who made TV magic feel real. Samantha Stevens, the witch who tried to build a normal suburban life without crushing everyone around her, was portrayed by Elizabeth Montgomery. She was born on April 15, 1933 in Hollywood, California, and was 31 when she first became Samantha in 1964. What made Samantha iconic wasn't just the nose twitch, it was the tenderness behind it. She could end any problem with magic, yet she kept choosing patience, love, and restraint, like she understood that power means nothing if it turns you cold. Montgomery played Samantha with warmth and intelligence that made the fantasy feel human. And that's why the show still lands, because it's really about a woman trying to belong without erasing who she is. After Bewitched, Montgomery proved she could go far beyond comedy, taking on darker, more daring work, including the acclaimed TV film The Legend of Lizzie Borden, and cementing her reputation as a fearless leading woman. She died on May 18, 1995 at 62 from colon cancer, and by 2026 her legacy feels even more poignant. The face of comfort TV magic, carried by an actress whose real life ended too soon, yet whose presence still makes millions feel safe for half an hour at a time. Endora, Samantha's glamorous, sharp-tongued mother who treated Darren like a bad habit, was portrayed by Agnes Moorehead. She was born on December 6, 1900, in Clinton, Massachusetts, and she was 64 when she stepped into the role in 1964. Endora could have been a one-note villain, but Moorehead made her dangerous and funny at once. An aristocrat of magic, armed with sarcasm, pride, and a maternal love that showed up in the cruelest ways. That's the genius of her performance. She insults, meddles, and humiliates, yet you always sense the deeper fear underneath, that her daughter is trading immortality and power for a mortal life that can break her heart. Moorehead's career was already prestigious before Bewitched, with classic film work and a reputation for gravitas that gave Endora extra bite. Like real theater royalty decided to play in a sitcom and stole every scene. She died on April 30th, 1974, at 73, and in 2026, Endora still feels like the blueprint for the iconic TV mother archetype. Terrifying, hilarious, and unforgettable. Because Moorehead never played her as a joke, she played her as a force. Larry Tate, the fast-talking boss who treated advertising like a battlefield, and Darren like his personal miracle worker, was portrayed by David White. He was born on April 4, 1916, in Denver, Colorado, and was 48 when Bewitched debuted in 1964. Larry's comedy is ambition with blinders on. He storms in demanding the impossible, panics when it doesn't happen instantly, then takes credit the second it does. What makes him unforgettable is that he never suspects magic. He just assumes Darren's life is a constant creative emergency, which turns every scene into pressure cooker farce. White played Larry with charm and hypocrisy in perfect balance, so you could laugh at him without ever losing the sense that this is the kind of boss people actually have. Always hungry, always selling, always moving the goalposts. Beyond the show, White was a seasoned television actor with a deep resume, and that professionalism is why Larry never feels like a cartoon. White died on November 27, 1990, at 74, and by 2026 his scenes feel like classic TV rhythm at its sharpest. Fast, precise, and powered by a performer who could make a tantrum sound like business. Darren Stevens, in the later seasons, was portrayed by Dick Sargent, who stepped into a role audiences already loved and somehow kept the heartbeat steady. He was born on April 19, 1930, in Carmel, California, and was 39 when he joined in 1969. Sargent's Darren feels slightly different, softer, a touch more relaxed, yet the core remains a man trying to build a normal home beside an extraordinary woman, still clashing with Endora, still getting crushed by Larry's demands, still insisting magic complicates the life he's trying to control. What makes Sargent memorable is the quiet skill of continuity. He had to honor the character without imitating York, and he managed it with charm and clean comedic timing. After Bewitched, Sargent continued acting and later became admired for publicly coming out in 1991, turning his real life into a moment of courage beyond sitcom fame. He died on July 8, 1994, at 64, and by 2026, his Darren remains proof that sometimes a cast change doesn't break the spell, because the actor understands the soul of the story is love under pressure. Abner Kravitz, the skeptical neighbor who kept getting pulled into his wife's supernatural paranoia, was portrayed by George Tobias. He was born on July 14, 1901, in New York City, and was 63 when he began the role in 1964. Abner's humor is grounded disbelief. He hears Gladys shouting about witches, rolls his eyes, and tries to return to normal life, while the audience knows she's right, which makes every dismissal funnier. Tobias played Abner with warmth, not cruelty, so he never feels like a bully. He feels like a tired husband trying to keep peace on the block. That warmth matters because it keeps the neighbor dynamic from turning mean, even when Gladys is spiraling. Tobias had a long career and brought a lived-in authenticity that made the suburban world feel real enough for the magic to feel dangerous. He died on February 8, 1980 at 78, and by 2026 Abner remains a key ingredient of the show's charm. The everyday man standing next to the impossible, insisting it can't be true, because admitting it would change everything. Louise Tate, Larry's sweet, slightly naive wife who often wandered into magical chaos with a smile, was portrayed by Casey Rogers. She was born on July 15, 1925, in Wallace, Idaho, and was 41 when she joined the series in the mid-run years. Louise is important because she softens the McMahon and Tate world. While Larry treats life like deals and status, Louise brings warmth, curiosity, and a kind of gentle normal that the Stevens household rarely gets to enjoy. Her comedy comes from being good-natured in a universe that keeps turning strange, the kind of person who believes the best about everyone and therefore keeps getting surprised. Rogers played her with light touch and sincerity, making Louise feel like a friend you'd actually want around, not just a spouse add-on. After Bewitched, Rogers continued acting in guest roles and smaller projects, carrying that same approachable energy. She died on July 6, 2006 at 80, and by 2026 her presence still feels like a soft lamp in the show's world. Proof the magic lands best when there's genuine sweetness for it to collide with. Gladys Kravitz, the nosy neighbor who was always certain something supernatural was happening next door, was portrayed in her later run by Sandra Gould. She was born on July 23, 1921 in Brooklyn, New York, and was 50 when she took over the role in 1966. Gladys is the show's delicious frustration. She's right, she sees it, and no one believes her. So her certainty turns into obsession, then into comedy that feels almost like a scream for validation. Gould played Gladys with exaggerated panic and brilliant physical energy, making each "I saw it" moment feel both hilarious and oddly sympathetic. The magic of Bewitched is that the audience becomes her secret ally. We know she's telling the truth, so every failure lands like a joke we're all in on. After the show, Gould kept working across television, popping up in recognizable guest roles. She died on July 20th, 1999 at 82, and by 2026, her Gladys remains iconic because she represents a very human pain turned funny, being dismissed over and over, even when you're right. Gladys Kravitz, in the earliest seasons, was originally portrayed by Alice Pierce, who set the template for TV's most famous nosy neighbor energy. She was born on October 16, 1917 in New York City, and was 47 when Bewitched began in 1964. Pierce's version of Gladys feels raw, more frantic, more sharply comic, like a woman whose nervous system is permanently stuck on alert because she can sense something wrong in the air. Her scenes work because they're not just jokes. They're escalating obsession, delivered with a performer's fearless commitment. Pierce made Gladys hilarious, but also strangely tragic, a woman screaming truth into a world that treats her as entertainment. That makes her death hit even harder. Pierce died on March 3, 1966, at 48, after battling ovarian cancer, and the show had to recast the role mid-run. By 2026, her episodes feel like a reminder of how fragile classic TV history can be. A performance that helped define an archetype, delivered by an actress who didn't get the time she deserved. Aunt Clara, the lovable older witch whose magic often misfired in the sweetest possible way, was portrayed by Marion Lorne. She was born on August 12, 1883 in West Newton, Massachusetts, and was 81 when she began the role in 1964, already carrying a lifetime of performance into every gentle smile. Aunt Clara's comedy is kindness with chaos. She wants to help, she means well. And then the spell goes wrong, turning the moment into warm disaster. Lorne played her with innocence that never felt fake, making Aunt Clara a comfort character, someone you'd forgive instantly because her heart is always in the right place. She also gives the show a deeper layer: aging, vulnerability, and the fear of becoming past your prime, softened into laughter. Lorne died on May 9th, 1968 at 84, during the show's run, and Aunt Clara was written out soon after. By 2026, her presence feels like the show's gentlest ghost, proof that the brightest warmth in a sitcom sometimes comes from the person who looks the most fragile. Dr. Bombay, the eccentric witch doctor summoned whenever magical problems spiraled out of control, was portrayed by Bernard Fox. He was born on May 11, 1927, in Port Talbot, Wales, and was 39 when he began appearing in 1966. Dr. Bombay is pure sitcom relief. The moment he arrives, the audience knows we're about to get a solution and chaos, served with a quirky accent and unbothered confidence. Fox played him like a professional problem solver who's seen every kind of magical nonsense and is mildly amused by all of it, which makes the Stevens panic look even funnier. Off-screen, Fox built a long career in television and film, recognizable to generations for popping up in beloved series and family classics, making him one of those I know that face actors long before the internet made that a meme. He died on December 14, 2016 at 89, and by 2026, Dr. Bombay remains one of the show's most rewatchable joys. The cameo that feels like a magic trick inside the magic trick. Phyllis Stevens, Darren's sharp-tongued mother, who disapproved of witchcraft and enjoyed judging Samantha, was portrayed by Mabel Albertson. She was born on May 24, 1901, in Revere, Massachusetts, and was 63 when she began appearing in 1966. Phyllis works because she's social pressure personified, polite cruelty, proper manners used like a knife, and the kind of mother-in-law energy that can turn a living room into a courtroom in 10 seconds. Albertson played her with authority and comedic bite, making every visit feel like Samantha and Darren are being tested on how normal they can pretend to be. In a show about hiding magic, Phyllis represents another kind of danger, family judgment that doesn't need spells to hurt. Albertson had a long career in stage and screen, and her professional weight makes Phyllis feel real, not just mean. She died on March 28, 1982 at 81, and by 2026 Phyllis remains unforgettable because she proves a timeless truth. Sometimes the hardest people to face aren't witches or warlocks, it's family. Esmeralda, the well-meaning maid whose magical mishaps created chaos with a smile, was portrayed by Alice Ghostly. She was born on August 14, 1923 in Eve, Missouri, and was 43 when she began the role in 1966. Esmeralda is comedy built from sweetness and incompetence. She wants to help Samantha. She believes in doing good, and then her lack of control turns the house upside down. Ghostly made Esmeralda lovable, not irritating. She plays her like a person who feels deeply and tries sincerely, which makes every mistake forgivable. That warmth matters in Bewitched because the show's magic could easily become too easy. Esmeralda keeps it unpredictable, reminding the audience that power without skill is still dangerous. After the series, Ghostly continued a long career across television and theater, becoming one of those classic performers whose voice and face stayed familiar for decades. She died on September 21, 2007 at 84, and by 2026, Esmeralda remains a reminder that the best sitcom characters aren't perfect. They're human, even when they're magical. Maurice, Samantha's powerful and pompous father who viewed mortals like a temporary inconvenience, was portrayed by Morris Evans. He was born on June 3, 1901 in Sussex, England, and was 63 when he first appeared in 1965. Morris brings a different flavor than Endora. Where she's sharp and theatrical, he's stern, traditional, and convinced his way is the only correct one. He clashes with Darren not just out of dislike, but out of ideology. He represents an old world of magic that refuses to respect modern love. Evans played Morris with commanding presence, the kind that comes from serious theater pedigree, giving the character real gravity even in comedy. And that gravity makes the stakes feel bigger. Samantha isn't just negotiating marriage, she's negotiating her family's entire worldview. Evans died on March 12, 1989, at 87. And by 2026, Maurice remains one of the show's most effective reminders that power doesn't always look like sparks. It can look like a parent who refuses to bend. Uncle Arthur, the mischievous warlock who turned every visit into playful sabotage, was portrayed by Paul Lynde. He was born on June 13, 1926 in Mount Vernon, Ohio, and was 39 when he first appeared in 1966. Uncle Arthur's magic is prank energy. He doesn't just cast spells, he stirs trouble for the joy of watching mortals and witches scramble. Lynde's distinctive voice and razor timing made Arthur instantly iconic, like the show suddenly got a jolt of pure comedic electricity. The character works because he's charmingly irresponsible. He loves Samantha, but he can't resist pushing boundaries, turning domestic normalcy into a joke he's determined to win. Off-screen, Lynde was a major comedy presence of the era, known for a sharp, recognizable style that made him a pop culture fixture beyond any single role. He died on January 10, 1982 at 55, and by 2026, Uncle Arthur still feels like one of the show's brightest sparks, proof that sometimes a guest character becomes immortal simply because the performer was born to steal the room. Darren Stevens, The mortal husband trying to keep a normal life intact while married to a witch was originally portrayed by Dick York. He was born on September 4, 1928, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and was 36 when he stepped into the role in 1964. Darren is the heart of the show's tension. He loves Samantha completely, yet fears what her power might do to their ordinary world, so he spends half his life insisting on normalcy, while chaos keeps breaking through the front door. York made that frustration human, never cruel, just overwhelmed, like a man who can't admit he's terrified of losing control. His chemistry with Montgomery is why the fantasy works. You believe the marriage, so the magic feels dangerous to it. York's real life carried a heavy price. Chronic back pain from an old injury eventually forced him to leave the series in 1969. He died on February 20th, 1992, at 63, and by 2026, his Darren still lands with a specific kind of sadness. The man who spent years playing keep it together while his own body wouldn't let him. Tabitha Stevens, the magical daughter who turned childhood into a secret superpower, was portrayed primarily by Erin Murphy. She was born on June 17, 1964, in Encino, California, and was just 2 when she began appearing, first sharing early scenes with her twin sister, then becoming the face audiences remember. Tabitha matters because she shifts the show's emotional center. Samantha isn't just hiding magic for a marriage now, she's protecting a child who can't always control it. That's why Tabitha's spells feel sweeter and scarier at the same time. Innocence with consequences. Murphy grew up on camera without losing the character's warmth, and Tabitha became one of TV's most beloved magic kids because she never feels like a gimmick. She feels like family. After the series, Murphy stepped away from constant acting and moved into other ventures, staying connected to fans through appearances that keep the nostalgia alive. By 2026, she is 62, and Tabitha's legacy hits like a gentle truth. The show's biggest magic trick wasn't a twitch. It was making millions believe a family could survive anything, as long as love stayed bigger than the secret. And that's the lasting spell of Bewitched. It wasn't really about witchcraft. It was about love under pressure, identity kept quiet, and the cost of trying to fit into a world that wants you smaller. By 2026, many of the faces behind that cozy magic are gone, and the reruns land differently now, because the laughs are still warm, but the time that passed is louder. Yet Samantha's twitch still feels like comfort, like a promise that chaos can be softened, even if only for 22 minutes. If this took you back, subscribe and tell us. Were you watching for the magic, or for the love that held it together? Welcome to Hollywood 1960s. Batman, 1966, wasn't just a superhero show. It was a neon fever dream where danger came in bright colors and morality sounded proudly old-fashioned. But beneath the camp was something rare: absolute sincerity. The cast played Gotham like it mattered, and that's why the world still remembers it. Now in 2026, the story hits harder. Legends we've lost, icons who became timeless, and performances that still feel like childhood comfort with a bittersweet edge. So let's return to Gotham and see what happened to the faces behind the masks. Batman, the fearless and strangely wholesome crime fighter who turned Gotham into a pop art fever dream, was portrayed by Adam West. He was born on September 19, 1928, in Walla Walla, Washington, and was 38 when he first wore the cowl in 1966. West's Batman didn't win by brutality, he won by conviction. A straight-faced moral code delivered with perfect camp seriousness, like he truly believed good manners could disarm evil. That's why the performance still works. Behind the jokes, there's sincerity. And sincerity is rare. He played Batman like a civic duty, not a fantasy. Every citizen, every righteousness, every calm lecture landing as if Gotham could actually be saved by doing the right thing loudly and consistently. After the series, West could have been trapped by the cape, but he did something smarter. He turned the typecasting into a second act, leaning into self-aware appearances, comedy guest roles, and iconic voice work that made him beloved to new generations who never even watched the original run. He died on June 9, 2017, at 88, after a short battle with leukemia. And in 2026, his Batman feels even more precious, a hero from a gentler era, reminding us that courage can be bright, playful, and unmistakably human, without ever needing to wink at the camera to be real. Alfred Pennyworth, the quiet guardian of Wayne Manor and the man who keeps Batman's double life from collapsing, was portrayed by Alan Napier. He was born on January 7, 1903 in London, England, and was 63 when he first appeared in 1966. Napier's Alfred isn't flashy. He's essential. He moves through the mansion like calm itself, delivering tea, wisdom, and dry reassurance with the subtle authority of someone who's served through storms you never hear about. And that's what makes Alfred land. In a world of outrageous villains and comic book danger, he feels real, like the last piece of ordinary life Bruce Wayne can still touch. Napier plays him with gentle dignity, but you can sense the emotional cost underneath. The worry for Bruce, the burden of keeping secrets, the lonely duty of being the only adult who truly knows the stakes. After the series, Napier remained beloved largely because this Alfred became a blueprint, the faithful caretaker whose loyalty is a kind of heroism. He died on August 8, 1988 at 85 after cancer, and in 2026 his scenes feel like the show's soft spine, proof that even the brightest camp needs one steady human presence to make it feel like a world worth saving. Commissioner James Gordon, Gotham's straight-backed line of defense, and the voice that calls Batman when the city runs out of options, was portrayed by Neil Hamilton. He was born on September 9, 1899 in Lynn, Massachusetts, and was 67 when the series launched in 1966. Gordon is funny because he isn't trying to be. He treats every ridiculous emergency like it's a national crisis, and that sincerity is what makes the camp sparkle. Hamilton plays Gordon like a man who believes in procedure, duty, and decency so hard it becomes its own kind of courage, especially in a city where criminals show up dressed like puzzles, birds, or nightmares. When he picks up the bat phone, it isn't a gag, it's faith. The sense that someone out there will still do the right thing when the system can't. Hamilton had decades of Hollywood experience before Batman, and you feel that polish in every scene. An old-school professionalism that grounds the chaos. He died on September 24, 1984, at 85, and in 2026, Gordon's legacy still lands like comfort. The honest public servant who never becomes cynical, even when Gotham gives him every reason to. Chief O'Hara, the loyal police chief forever, one step behind Batman's brilliance, was portrayed by Stafford Repp. He was born on April 26, 1918 in San Francisco, California, and was 48 when he joined the series in 1966. O'Hara's humor comes from sincerity under pressure. He tries to sound authoritative while the city turns into a circus, and you can feel him working overtime to keep dignity intact. But Repp never plays him as a fool. He plays him as a good man promoted into a nightmare, doing his best in a job that keeps changing the rules. That warmth matters. It keeps Gotham from feeling cruel, because O'Hara represents the regular people still showing up, still doing paperwork, still believing law and order isn't a joke, even when the villains clearly are. Off-screen, Repp was a steady working actor with a reliable presence. And that reliability is exactly what O'Hara needed to work. Rep died on October 5, 1974, at 56, from a heart attack, an early ending that makes his scenes bittersweet now. In 2026, he feels like one of the show's hidden emotional anchors, the man who keeps trying, even when the world keeps laughing. The narrator, the voice that made every cliffhanger feel like destiny and every punchline feel like a drumbeat, was voiced by William Dozier. He was born on February 13, 1908 in Omaha, Nebraska, and was 58 when Batman hit TV in 1966. That narration wasn't background, it was structure. It told you how to feel, when to gasp, and when to smile, turning a live-action show into something that felt like a comic book exploding into motion. Dozier's delivery is playful but commanding, like he's both the ringmaster and the storyteller, guiding you through danger that's ridiculous yet treated like it matters. What people forget is that Dozier didn't just narrate Batman, he shaped it behind the curtain as producer, which is why the tone is so consistent. The show always knows it's absurd, but it never loses control of the rhythm. Dozier died on April the 23rd, 1991, at 83. And in 2026, his voice still feels like a time machine. One sentence, and you're back in a world where villains announce themselves, heroes arrive on time, and the week's disaster is guaranteed to be fun. Mrs. Cooper, the warm housekeeper of Wayne Manor who made the mansion feel like a home rather than a headquarters, was portrayed by Madge Blake. She was born on May 31, 1899 in Klamath Falls, Oregon, and was 67 when she appeared in 1966. In a show full of masks and double lives, Mrs. Cooper is softness, an ordinary kindness moving through extraordinary secrets. Blake plays her with gentle familiarity, like she's cared for Bruce Wayne since childhood, even if the script never says it outright. And that's why she matters. She represents the normal life Batman can't fully have, the domestic comfort he keeps orbiting but never truly belongs to. Her presence gives the series a hint of warmth between explosions and bat phones, reminding you this hero still lives in a house with people, routines, and quiet care. Blake had a long career often playing maternal figures, and she brings that same lived-in tenderness here. She died on February 19, 1969, at 69 from a heart attack, meaning her own story ended not long after the show began. In 2026, her scenes feel like a small candle, brief, gentle, and part of what made Gotham's madness feel strangely safe. The Joker, Gotham's flamboyant chaos wrapped in a grin, was portrayed by Cesar Romero. He was born on February 15, 1907 in New York City, and was 59 when he first played the role in 1966. Romero's Joker doesn't hide behind darkness. He weaponizes joy. He laughs loudly, performs villainy like show business, and turns danger into a party that could turn cruel in an instant. That's why he's still iconic. His madness is fun, and that fun is unsettling, because it makes you realize how easily chaos can charm a room. Romero was already a seasoned star long before Batman, and that experience shows. He commands the camera effortlessly, never embarrassed, never winking, just fully committed to the bit as if the bit is life or death. His Joker became a template future versions either borrowed from or fought against, because he proved the character could be theatrical without losing threat. Romero died on January 12, 1994 at 86. And in 2026, his Joker still feels like the original smiling villain blueprint. The reminder that the scariest monsters aren't always angry. Sometimes they're having the time of their lives. The Penguin, Gotham's waddling mastermind with a gentleman's manners and a thief's soul, was portrayed by Burgess Meredith. He was born on November 16, 1907, in Cleveland, Ohio, and was 59 when he debuted in 1966. Meredith's penguin is unforgettable because it's crafted. Every gesture feels designed, every pause a little performance of superiority. He's theatrical, yes, but there's steel under the comedy. Like a man who enjoys looking ridiculous because it makes people underestimate him. Meredith plays him as a criminal aristocrat, charming until the charm turns sharp, and that balance is why his penguin still holds up. He's funny, but never harmless. Meredith's career was already legendary across stage and screen, and that pedigree gives the character weight. Like a great actor decided to play in a pop art sandbox and turned it into art anyway. He died on September 9, 1997, at 89. And in 2026, his penguin remains one of Batman's most recognizable villains on any screen. Controlled, memorable, and proof that true menace doesn't need volume, just confidence. Catwoman, Gotham's most hypnotic wildcard, was portrayed by Julie Newmar. She was born on August 16, 1933, in Los Angeles, California, and was 33 when she first purred into the role in 1966. Newmar's Catwoman isn't just seductive, she's strategic, playful, and always slightly ahead of the room, turning flirtation into a weapon and crime, into performance art. Her chemistry with Batman isn't only romance, it's temptation, the idea that the hero could step off the moral line for one thrilling second. Newmar played that push and pull with effortless grace, creating a Catwoman that still defines the character's screen identity, elegance sharpened into mischief, humor that can turn dangerous, confidence that never asks permission. Over the decades, Newmar became one of the definitive Catwomen in pop culture, not because she shouted, but because she owned silence and posture like Powers. By 2026, she is 92, a living bridge to old Hollywood glamour and modern fandom, still celebrated for a performance that didn't fade. It simply slipped back into the shadows, leaving everyone still watching the rooftops. The policeman, one of Gotham's recurring everyday faces who helps Batman and Robin with that straight-backed old-school sincerity, was portrayed by James O'Hara. He was born on September 11, 1927, in Dublin, Ireland, and was 39 when he first stepped into the role during the 1966 run. In a world of neon villains and outrageous schemes, the policeman matters because he quietly grounds the fantasy. Someone has to look like they genuinely work here. Someone has to take the madness seriously so the camp can land. O'Hara played him with earnest professionalism, the kind that makes Gotham feel like a city with real streets under all that pop art chaos. Beyond Batman, he built a long career across television and film, the kind of steady working life that rarely becomes headline history, but holds the industry together. He died on December 3, 1992, at 65 from cancer. And by 2026, his scenes feel like a gentle reminder. Even in a superhero world, it's often the regular people who keep the lights on while legends swoop in and out. Mayor Linseed, Gotham's well-meaning civic figure who constantly looks one phone call away from collapse, was portrayed by Byron Keith. He was born on November 26, 1917 in Oklahoma, and was in his late 40s when he took on the role in 1966. The mayor's comedy comes from helpless authority. He's officially in charge, yet the city's crises are so bizarre that leadership turns into polite panic. Keith plays him with sincere frustration, like a man trying to run a real city while living inside a comic strip, and that sincerity is the secret ingredient. Batman works because the officials act like it matters. Before and beyond Gotham, Keith had a diverse film and TV career, which is why his mayor never feels like a sketch. He feels like a public servant trapped in absurd history. He died on January 19, 1996, at 78 from cancer, and by 2026, the mayor still reads like an oddly modern joke. Politics trying to look calm, while chaos keeps walking through the door in costume. The Riddler, the manic genius who turns crime into theater and puzzles into psychological warfare, was portrayed by Frank Gorshin. He was born on April 5, 1933, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and was 33 when he detonated onto screens in 1966. Gorshin didn't play the Riddler, he unleashed him. Every movement feels electric. Every grin feels dangerous, like the character is high on his own cleverness and daring Batman to keep up. That intensity is why his Riddler still stands out among the entire 1960s rogue gallery. He doesn't just commit crimes, he performs them, and the performance becomes the threat. Gorshin already had a strong career across television, film, and theater, but this role became a permanent imprint, proof that camp can still be crafted with real acting fire. He died on May 17, 2005 at 72 from lung cancer, and by 2026 his Riddler still feels like Gotham's wildest pulse. The villain who makes you laugh, then suddenly makes you a little nervous for enjoying it. King Tut, the flamboyant villain who believes he's an Egyptian pharaoh reborn and treats Gotham like his personal kingdom, was portrayed by Victor Buono. He was born on February 3, 1938, in San Diego, California, and was 28 when he first appeared in 1966. The brilliance of King Tut is commitment. The character is ridiculous on paper, but Buono plays him with such theatrical certainty, half comedy, half grandeur, that you start to believe the delusion is real. He turns every entrance into an event, using ego as a weapon and pageantry as intimidation, which fits Batman's pop art universe perfectly. Buono already had a successful career playing larger-than-life figures, and that strength is why King Tut became a fan favorite instead of a one-off gag. His life ended shockingly young. He died on January 1, 1982, at 43, from a heart attack. And by 2026, that early loss makes his episodes hit differently. A performer burning bright in a role that feels like pure joy, then gone before the legend ever had time to fade. Warden Crichton, the stern prison authority figure who keeps trying to impose order on a Gotham that refuses to behave, was portrayed by David Lewis. He was born on October 19, 1916 in the United States, and was 50 when he took on the role in 1966. Crichton is funny because he's a straight line in a crooked world. He looks like a real warden, sounds like a real warden, and reacts like a real warden, which makes every absurd villain situation feel even more ridiculous. Lewis brought a seasoned gravitas from a lengthy career in television and film, including notable work on classic legal and drama series, so even a supporting role carries authority. He died on December 11, 2000 at 84 from cancer, and by 2026, Warden Crichton still represents one of Batman's best tricks. The camp works because it's surrounded by people playing it seriously, like Gotham's insanity is simply another day on the job. Egghead, the eccentric villain who commits egg-themed crimes with theatrical flair, was portrayed by Vincent Price. He was born on May 27, 1911, in St. Louis, Missouri, and was 55 when he first appeared in 1966. The reason Egghead works is the reason Price works: voice, elegance, and absolute command. He delivers absurd lines like they're Shakespeare, transforming silliness into style, and that's a rare kind of power, making the joke feel high class without killing the fun. Price was already a legend of horror cinema, famous for turning menace into art, and Batman let him flip that skill into camp without losing authority. He died on October the 25th, 1993, at 82, from lung cancer, And by 2026, Egghead still feels like a love letter to the kind of performer who could elevate any material, simply by showing up and believing in it harder than anyone else in the room. Olga, the elegant villainess who brings old Hollywood sophistication into Gotham's colorful madness, was portrayed by Anne Baxter. She was born on May 7, 1923 in Michigan City, Indiana, and was 43 when she appeared in 1967. Olga stands out because she doesn't need noise. Her danger is poise. Baxter plays her like a classic screen femme fatale, calm smile, sharp intent, and the sense she'd rather outsmart you than outgun you. That casting carried real weight, because Baxter wasn't just a TV guest, she was an Academy Award-winning film star with iconic credits like All About Eve and The Ten Commandments, so her presence gave Batman a flash of prestige right in the middle of the pop art carnival. She died on December 12, 1985, at 62 after a stroke. And by 2026, her episode still feels like a reminder that Gotham wasn't only built by comic actors, it was visited by cinema royalty, bringing glamour sharp enough to cut through the camp. Chilblains, a minor but memorable member of King Tut's crew, was portrayed by Al Wyatt Sr. He was born on May 7, 1917, in Mayfield, Kentucky, and was 49 when he appeared in the 1960s series. Characters like Chilblains are part of what makes Batman's Gotham feel crowded and alive. Villains don't arrive alone. They bring whole little ecosystems of henchmen, and those faces add texture that your brain remembers even if you don't know the name. Wyatt played the role with that classic working actor energy. Show up, hit the tone, make the world feel fuller. He continued appearing in various television projects across his career, then died on August 13, 1992 at 75, from natural causes. By 2026, Chilblains remains a small but important reminder of how classic TV was built, not just on leads and legends, but on supporting players who made the comic book city feel real enough for the fantasy to stick. Marcia, Queen of Diamonds, the glamorous jewel thief who weaponizes beauty and ambition, was portrayed by Carolyn Jones. She was born on April 28, 1930, in Amarillo, Texas, and was 36 when she first played Marcia in the 1960s run. What makes Marcia pop is that she feels like classic Hollywood dropped into comic book Gotham. Elegance first, danger second, charm always turned up. Jones knew exactly how to make camp look expensive. The poise, the voice, the playful menace that says she's enjoying the game as much as the loot. And that casting had extra power because audiences already associated her with iconic TV glamour elsewhere. So her Batman appearance feels like a special event, not a random villain of the week. Jones died on August 3, 1983 at 53 from cancer. And by 2026, her Marcia episode lands with that bittersweet punch. A star whose presence felt timeless, gone far too soon, still sparkling in reruns like a diamond you can't stop looking at. Robin, the loyal boy wonder who brought speed, optimism, and those immortal holy austate exclamations, was portrayed by Burt Ward. He was born on July 6, 1945, in Los Angeles, California, and was only 21 when he launched into the role in 1966. Ward's Robin is pure energy, wide-eyed bravery, and genuine devotion to Batman that never feels like a sidekick gimmick. He's the heartbeat that keeps the show's absurd danger feeling like an adventure instead of a parody. And that's why fans still love him. Robin feels like the part of youth that believes teamwork can save the day, that justice is something you can sprint toward. Ward played him with total commitment, no irony, no embarrassment, so every dramatic gasp and earnest pep talk becomes part of the charm rather than the joke. Off-screen, his relationship with the role became its own long story. Decades of appearances, reunions, voice work, and fan devotion that turned Robin into something bigger than a character, almost a lifelong promise to keep the spirit alive. By 2026, Ward is 81, and his legacy lands like comfort. Some performances don't age into cringe. They age into shelter, a reminder of when heroism looked like friendship, bright colors, and the belief that the good guys would always show up on time. Batgirl, the fearless new spark who expanded Gotham's heroism beyond the boys' club, was portrayed by Yvonne Craig. She was born on May 16, 1937, in Taylorville, Illinois, and was 30 when she first appeared in 1967. Batgirl mattered because she wasn't decoration. She was capability. Craig played her with athletic confidence and bright intelligence, making her feel like a hero on her own terms, not someone waiting to be rescued or approved. For a lot of viewers, especially young girls, Batgirl was the first time heroism looked like them. Smart, brave, and unapologetically present in the action. The role came with physical demands, tight costumes, stunts, long days, and Craig still made it look effortless, which is part of why she became a trailblazer. She died on August 17, 2015 at 78 after cancer, and in 2026, her legacy feels even clearer. Batgirl wasn't just a character, she was a door opener, quietly telling audiences that the story is bigger when more people get to be heroic. And that's the lasting magic of Batman, 1966. A show that looked like camp, but was powered by sincerity. Heroes who believed in goodness, villains who performed chaos like theater, and a Gotham that felt bright enough to be safe. By 2026, many of the faces behind that neon world are gone, while others became immortal in pop culture, and reruns land differently now, because the colors are still loud, but the years that passed are louder. Yet the comfort remains, a reminder of a time when justice felt simple, friendship was the superpower, and the good guys always showed up. If this took you back, like, subscribe, and tell us, which villain do you remember most? Joker, Penguin, Riddler, or Catwoman? Taxi wasn't just a sitcom. It was a late-night confession with a laugh track, a cramped garage, a city that never sleeps, and a group of people chasing one more chance while the years quietly slip past. It looked funny because it was true. Dreams don't always die. They just get parked between shifts. Now in 2026, we step back into the Sunshine Cab Company. The awards, the heartbreak, the legends we lost, and the cast whose stories hit harder the older you get. Alex Reiger, the quiet soul of the Sunshine Cab Company, was portrayed by Judd Hirsch. He was born on March 15, 1935 in the Bronx, New York. He was 43 when Taxi first pulled up in 1978. Alex isn't chasing a fantasy, he's managing reality. A divorced man with tired eyes and a steady voice, driving night after night because life didn't open the doors he thought it would. And that's why he still lands. He's the character who laughs softly while the regret sits underneath. The guy who gives advice, not because he has answers, but because he knows what it feels like to need one. Hirsch played Alex with deep empathy, making him the moral compass of a garage full of dreamers, screw-ups, and fragile hearts. The role earned him major awards recognition and helped cement him as one of TV's most grounded, dramatic comic leads. By 2026, Hirsch is 91, and Alex's legacy feels even sharper. The ordinary guy, who never escaped the garage, yet somehow became the one we remember most, because he represents the part of adulthood nobody glamorizes, and everybody eventually meets. Louis De Palma, the dispatcher you love to hate and somehow hate to lose, was portrayed by Danny DeVito. He was born on November 17, 1944, in Neptune Township, New Jersey, and he was 34 when Taxi began in 1978. Louis is pure ego in a little cage, barking orders, humiliating drivers, treating the garage like his kingdom. Yet the secret of the character is that cruelty is covering something smaller: insecurity, loneliness, the fear that if he stops forming power for 1 second. DeVito played that tension perfectly, turning Louis into a comic monster with real nerve endings, and the role brought him awards and instant icon status. After Taxi, he didn't just stay famous, he stacked eras, film stardom, producer power, and a whole second wave of cult devotion later in his career, proving his presence could survive any genre. By 2026, DeVito is 81, and Louis still hits because he's a brutal truth wrapped in joke. Sometimes the loudest person in the room is just the one most terrified of being left behind. Tony Banta is the guy in the garage you can't help rooting for. An underdog boxer with a losing record, a soft heart, and a stubborn belief that his big break is always one punch away. He was portrayed by Tony Danza, born on April 21, 1951, in Brooklyn, New York, and Danza was just 27. Taxi began in 1978. Tony's charm is that he's not the smart driver in the lineup, yet he's the most emotionally brave. He idolizes Alex like a father figure, believes in his friends even when they disappoint him, and absorbs life's beatings with goofy resilience that somehow never turns bitter. The show uses Tony to capture a certain New York type, the dreamer who keeps showing up because giving up would mean admitting the dream was never real. Danza's real boxing background made the character feel authentic, and Taxi became his springboard to bigger stardom, including a massive second act on Who's the Boss. Years later, he remained visible through acting, teaching, and live performance, proving his career wasn't a fluke. It was stamina. In 2026, Danza is 75, and Tony still lands as one of sitcom's most lovable truths. Sometimes hope is irrational, and that's exactly what keeps a person alive. La Gravis is Taxi at its strangest and sweetest. The shy, wide-eyed mechanic whose broken English, invented customs, and nervous giggles made every scene feel unpredictable. He was portrayed by Andy Kaufman, born on January 17, 1949 in New York City, and Kaufman was 29 when the show began in 1978. Latka starts as comic relief, but the longer you watch, the more he becomes something gentler, an outsider trying to understand America, adulthood, and love one confused step at a time. The series even turned his split personality episodes into a playground for Kaufman's surreal genius, letting him bend sitcom rules way he bent stand-up rules, blurring performance and reality until you couldn't tell where the joke ended. That's why Latka still feels unique. He isn't written to be normal. He's written to be human in his own strange language. Kaufman was already a cult figure beyond the garage, but Taxi brought that offbeat brilliance into millions of living rooms. Then real life cut the story short. He died on May 16, 1984, at only 35 from lung cancer. By 2026, Latka remains a reminder that sometimes the most unforgettable comedy comes from pure innocence. And that genius doesn't always get time to grow old. Reverend Jim Ignatowski is chaos in human form, a burned-out former hippie whose brain seems permanently stuck in slow motion, yet occasionally drops flashes of startling wisdom. He was portrayed by Christopher Lloyd, born on October 22, 1938, in Stamford, Connecticut, and he joined Taxi in 1978 at age 40, originally for what was meant to be a single guest spot. But Jim's spaced-out stare, tangled hair, and legendary driver's test moment were so instantly iconic that the character became essential. Underneath the stoned punchlines, Jim is the fallout of the 1960s dream, a man who's seen too much, fried too many brain cells, and is now surviving one shift at a time with his dignity and shoes barely intact. Lloyd plays him with fearless physical comedy, snapping from blank confusion to sudden clarity like lightning, which is why the role didn't just get laughs, it got awards, including 2 Emmys, and locked him in as a master of eccentric characters. After Taxi, he rocketed into film history as Doc Brown in Back to the Future, proving the same chaotic energy could become legendary cinema. In 2026, Lloyd is 87. And Reverend Jim still feels like the unforgettable stranger you might meet at 3 a.m. in New York. Funny, broken, oddly wise, and impossible to shake once you've seen him. Bobby Wheeler is the dreamer of the Sunshine Cab Company, handsome, charming, and absolutely convinced he's destined for stardom, even as he keeps slipping back behind the wheel. He was portrayed by Jeff Conaway, born on October 5, 1950, in New York City, and he was 28 when Taxi began in 1978, fresh off his breakout as Kenickie in Grease. Bobby's comedy is the hustle, bragging about big auditions, smiling through rejection, and using swagger as armor whenever reality tries to humiliate him. But the character works because the show lets the mask slip. Bobby isn't just cocky, he's scared. His friendship with Alex and the other drivers reveals that hope can keep you moving, even when life keeps proving you wrong. Conaway's easy charm made Bobby a fan favorite, especially in episodes that expose the insecurity beneath the performance. After 3 seasons, he left the show and continued working, but his real life became tangled in addiction and health struggles, turning his story into one of those Hollywood arcs that hurts to revisit. Conaway died on May 27, 2011 at 60, from complications of pneumonia and sepsis. By 2026, Bobby Wheeler remains one of sitcom's most bittersweet portraits of the working actor's grind, forever reaching for the spotlight, funny, hopeful, and heartbreakingly fragile. Simca Doblitz-Gravis storms into Taxi like a hurricane from Latka's homeland, sharp-tongued, fiercely principled, and every bit as eccentric as the man she's about to love. She was portrayed by Carol Kane, born on June 18, 1952, in Cleveland, Ohio, and she joined the cast in 1980 at 28. Simka is the perfect counterweight to Latka, where he's meek and childlike, she's decisive, passionate, and unafraid to challenge anyone in the garage, from Alex to Louis, like she's daring America to underestimate her. Their love story is one of the show's strangest gifts: cultural clashes, jealous spirals, heartfelt reconciliations, and a sweetness that sneaks up on you because the comedy is so bold. Kane infused Simka with brilliant timing and unexpected emotional depth, showing that beneath the accent and odd customs is a woman who loves fiercely and demands respect. The performance earned major awards attention, including Emmys, and helped cement Kane as one of TV's great character actresses. In 2026, she is 74, and Simka's legacy still lands because she proves something rare. Even in a half-hour sitcom, romance can be weird, grown-up, and strangely tender, like two misfits choosing each other anyway. John Burns is the new kid in the cab world, polite, earnest, and just naive enough to be permanently in over his head. He was portrayed by Randall Carver, born on May 25, 1946 in Fort Worth, Texas, and he was 32 when Taxi debuted in 1978. John's role is deceptively important. He helps establish the ensemble's tone by being the normal guy dropped into a garage full of chaos. He listens to Alex's advice like scripture, tries to keep up with Tony and Bobby, and reacts to Reverend Jim and Latka as if he's wandered onto another planet. That wide-eyed optimism makes him endearing, and also a perfect target for the Sunshine Cab Company's madness. Even though he only appeared in the first season, he leaves a gentle mark because he represents the version of these men before the job hardens them. Someone who still believes people are basically good. After the show, Carver continued working steadily in television and film, the kind of career built on persistence rather than headlines. In 2026, he is 80, and John Burns still feels like a small, honest reminder that Taxi wasn't only about big personalities, it was about ordinary people trying to survive extraordinary ones. Zena Sherman is the rare person who sees something worth loving in Louis De Palma, and that alone makes her remarkable. She was portrayed by Rhea Perlman, born on March 31, 1948, in Brooklyn, New York, and she first appeared when Perlman was around 30. Zena works at the garage cafeteria and, against all logic, falls for the loudest, meanest dispatcher in New York, creating a relationship that becomes a roller coaster of breakups, makeups, and brutal honesty. What makes Zena essential is what she reveals. Louis' cruelty isn't the whole story. Through her patience and her temper, you see the frightened, insecure man underneath the bluster, the guy terrified of being ignored. Perlman brings sharp wit and emotional realism, so Zena never feels like the girlfriend role. She feels like a person with standards, limits, and dignity, even when she's choosing chaos. After Taxi, Perlman became legendary as Carla on Cheers, proving her comedic power wasn't tied to one show or one dynamic. In 2026, she is 78, and Zena remains one of the most satisfying Taxi additions. The woman who could go toe-to-toe with Louis and still walk away with herself intact. Phyllis Bornstein Consuelos is the woman who knew Alex Riger before the cab, before the late-night shifts, before he settled into the life he never quite wanted. She was portrayed by Louise Lasser, born on April 11, 1939, in New York City, and she appeared when Lasser was about 41. As Alex's ex-wife, Phyllis represents the path that didn't work out, the marriage that crumbled under disappointment, and the slow grief of unfulfilled dreams. Their scenes carry a quiet sting, shared history, unfinished arguments, and the haunting sense that in another life, things might have turned out differently. Lasser brings a fragile complexity to Phyllis. She isn't a villain. She's simply another adult, trying and failing to make life match the picture in her head. Her presence deepens Alex by proving his sadness isn't theoretical. He's lived through real loss, and he still shows up anyway. Off-screen, Lasser continued a varied career in film, television, and teaching, remaining one of those influential figures people sometimes forget to credit until they re-watch the work. In 2026, she is 87, and Phyllis still lands like a reminder that the hardest goodbyes aren't dramatic. They're the quiet ones you keep replaying in your head. Greta Gravis arrives in Taxi as part of Latka's tangled personal world, a strong, imposing woman from his homeland who complicates everything just by stepping into the room. She was portrayed by Susan Kellerman, born on July 4, 1944, in Pennsylvania, and she appeared when she was about 35. Greta's humor is authority. Where Latka is anxious and childlike, Greta is blunt, no-nonsense, and utterly unimpressed by the garage's American chaos. Her storylines play like a culture clash pressure test, tradition versus modern life, love versus control, and the messy truth that relationships aren't always sweet even in sitcom land. Kellerman's commanding presence gives Greta instant power, but she also finds comedy in deadpan reactions to the absurd people around her, like she's the only adult left in the room. Though Greta's screen time is limited, she adds depth to Latka's story by proving that even the sweet, weird guy has complicated emotional gravity pulling at him. After Taxi, Kellerman built a long career as a scene-stealing character actress. In 2026, she is 81, and Greta remains a sharp detour through the Sunshine Cab Company. Proof that a strong woman can enter a sitcom for a moment and still leave a dent. Jason is one of those Taxi characters who appears briefly, yet reminds you how wide the world outside the garage really is. He was portrayed by David Mendenhall, born on June 13, 1971 in Oceanside, California, and he shows up around 1982 when he was only 11. Jason brings something the series rarely gets to hold for long: innocence. Watching a kid interact with these adults, who are still trying to figure out their own lives, adds warmth and vulnerability, like the show quietly admitting that every fare is a human story, not just a punchline. His presence also reframes the drivers. For a moment, they aren't losers or dreamers, they're adults being seen by someone younger, and that shifts the emotional temperature. Mendenhall was already a busy child actor, later gaining wider recognition through projects like Over the Top and other screen work. In 2026, he is 55, and Jason's tiny role still proves one of Taxi's great strengths. Even passing encounters can leave emotional weight behind, the way real nights in New York do. Emily glides into Taxi with a kind of grace that immediately stands out against greasy floors and flickering garage lights. She was portrayed by Andrea Marcovici, born on November 18, 1948 in New York City, and she took on the role in the early 1980s, in her early 30s. Emily often appears as a love interest, but the real function is deeper. She offers a glimpse of a different future, romantic, refined, and tinged with the feeling that life could have turned out another way. When she's on screen, the show's mood shifts, the jokes soften, and the characters briefly imagine escape, like the city isn't the only destiny available. Markovici's poise and emotional subtlety make those moments believable, and her background as a celebrated cabaret singer adds an extra layer of elegance to her presence. She feels like music walking into a room full of noise. Her time on Taxi may be brief, but she adds shading to characters we mostly know through exhaustion and banter. In 2026, Markovici is 77, still associated with the kind of artistry that refuses to go out of style. Exactly why Emily still feels like a window you wish the drivers could climb through. Joe Riger gives us the clearest picture of how Alex became Alex, a father whose warmth, stubbornness, and old-world sensibility shaped the man behind the meter. He was portrayed by Jack Gilford, born on July 25, 1908 in New York City, and he appeared on Taxi in his early 70s. Whenever Joe shows up, the garage turns into something like a family living room. Arguments, memories, guilt, love, and unsolicited advice all stacked on top of each other. Joe can be exasperating, but the affection underneath is unmistakable, and there's a quiet sadness in the generational clash. Two men who didn't quite live the lives they imagined, still trying to make peace with that truth. Gilford brought deep humanity and gentle humor, proving that one guest appearance can change how you see a lead character forever. Beyond Taxi, he earned major acclaim, including a Tony nomination, and appeared in films like Cocoon. Gilford died on June 4, 1990, at 81 from stomach cancer, and by 2026, his episodes feel like a soft punch. Behind every worn-out adult is a history, and at least one parent who still thinks they know who you could have been. Vicky DeStefano brings a jolt of passion and reality into Tony Banta's life, a strong-willed woman who loves him, but refuses to exist as just another chapter in his underdog story. She was portrayed by Anne DeSalvo, born on June 3, 1949 in Philadelphia, and she joined in the early 1980s at about 33. Vicky isn't dazzled by Tony's dreams. She challenges them. She calls out his blind spots, demands he take relationships seriously, and forces him to grow up in ways the boxing ring never could. That's why the storyline matters. It treats love like adult work, not a cute sitcom reward. DeSalvo plays Vicky with believable toughness and vulnerability, making her feel like a real New Yorker, someone tired of empty promises, but still willing to care if you show effort. After Taxi, DeSalvo built a wide-ranging career across film, television, and theater, including roles in Arthur and guest work on major series, proving she wasn't a one-arc presence. In 2026, she is 77, and Vicky remains one of the show's most grounded reminders. Sometimes love isn't the soft place you land. It's the hard truth that makes you change. Kathy Consuelos is one of those early Taxi characters who passes through briefly, but helps paint a fuller picture of the world around the garage. She was portrayed by Talia Balsam, born on March 5, 1959 in New York City, and she appeared in 1978 when she was only 19. Kathy represents the younger generation orbiting these drivers, someone with her own dreams, entanglements, and choices, reminding you the Sunshine Cab Company is just one small pocket of a much bigger city. Even with limited screen time, Balsam gives Kathy a grounded presence, hinting at a whole life off camera, which is exactly what Taxi did best. Make New York feel like intersecting stories, not isolated episodes. For Balsam, it was an early stepping stone into a long, respected career. She later appeared in acclaimed shows like L.A. Law, Mad Men, and Divorce, often playing complex women with quiet authority. In 2026, she is 67, and Kathy's legacy remains small but meaningful, proof that even a brief encounter can leave a trace, the way real people do when they brush past you in the city. Ernie is one of those blink-and-you-miss-him characters whose presence still adds texture to Taxi's world, a working-class New Yorker with a face that somehow feels instantly familiar. He was portrayed by Dick Miller, born on December 25, 1928 in the Bronx, New York, and when he appeared around 1979, he was about 51. That casting isn't accidental. Miller was Hollywood's go-to character actor for tough, funny, world-weary men, and his energy fits the Sunshine Cab universe like a glove. Another survivor in a city full of survivors. Even in a small role, he reinforces the sense that the garage sits inside a bigger, grittier New York, where everyone has a story, and most of them don't get a happy ending. Beyond Taxi, Miller became a cult favorite through frequent collaborations with director Joe Dante and memorable appearances in films like Gremlins, The Howling, and Piranha. He died on January 30th, 2019, at 90 from natural causes. By 2026, Ernie still works as a tiny piece of authenticity, because in a show about working people, sometimes the most believable face is the one you swear you've seen somewhere before. Elaine Nardo is the beating heart of Taxi's working women. Smart, stylish, and determined to be more than just another driver passing through life. She was portrayed by Marilu Henner, born on April 6, 1952 in Chicago, Illinois, and Henner was only 26 when the show began in 1978. Elaine's strength is balance. She juggles shifts at Sunshine Cab with single motherhood and a real hunger for a bigger future, chasing her art world dream while surviving the reality of rent and exhaustion. Surrounded by loud, often clueless men, Elaine brings a grounded competence, deflecting Louis' sleaze, trading honest conversations with Alex, and proving she can hold her own without losing softness. Henner played her with warmth, wit, and quiet toughness, making Elaine one of the most relatable portrayals of a woman doing it all. Off-screen, the show launched Henner into a long career across TV, film, and Broadway, and later made her a familiar public voice around health and memory advocacy. In 2026, she is 74, and Elaine Nardo still lands like a portrait of survival with style, exhausted, ambitious, and still refusing to let the city decide what she's worth. And that's why Taxi still hurts in the best way. It wasn't really about cabs. It was about people stuck between who they are and who they thought they'd become, laughing so the disappointment wouldn't swallow them whole. By 2026, some of these faces are gone. Some became legends, and the reruns land differently now, because the jokes are still sharp. But the time that passed is sharper. Yet the garage still feels like home, a place where broken dreams are allowed to sit down, tell the truth, and keep going anyway. If this took you back, like, subscribe, and tell us which Taxi character felt the most real to you. Alex, Louis, Lotka, or Jim? The A-Team wasn't just action, it was wish fulfillment for anyone who ever felt cornered by the system. 4 soldiers framed, hunted, and forced into the shadows. Yet somehow they kept saving strangers with duct tape, grit, and a plan that shouldn't work until it did. Now in 2026, the cast's real stories hit even harder. Legends we lost, icons who outlived the era, and a show that still feels like comfort because it promised this simple thing: when the world abandons you, family can still be built. Colonel John Hannibal Smith, the cigar-chomping mastermind who treated every impossible mission like a chess puzzle, was portrayed by George Peppard. He was born on October 1st, 1928, in Detroit, Michigan, and was 54 when the A-Team first hit in 1983. Hannibal's greatness wasn't muscles, it was nerve. That cool smile before the plan detonates, the calm leadership that turns 4 outlaws into something like a family, and the stubborn faith that brains can beat firepower. Peppard gave Hannibal a polished authority that made the show's madness feel strangely believable, like he'd been through real war and learned how to survive with charm. Long before the van, Peppard already had movie star heat from films like Breakfast at Tiffany's, proving he could carry both glamour and grit. But his later years were tougher, with personal struggles that dimmed the spotlight even as the role made him immortal in reruns. He died on May 8, 1994 at 65, and by 2026 Hannibal feels like a time capsule of old-school heroism, a leader who never begs for attention. He earns it with composure and leaves you missing the kind of confidence TV doesn't write as often anymore. Templeton Faceman Peck, the charming con artist who could talk his way past a locked door faster than the team could blow it up, was portrayed by Dirk Benedict. He was born on March 1, 1945 in Helena, Montana, and was 38 when the A-Team arrived in 1983. Face is the show's slick counterbalance to BA's brute force. Designer clothes, perfect smile, and a talent for reading people like a poker table. But what makes him last isn't vanity. It's vulnerability. Under the flirting and confidence is a man terrified of becoming useless, so he keeps performing charm the way soldiers perform courage. Benedict played Face with just enough self-awareness to make him lovable, never purely smug, always human. He already had genre fame before the van, especially as Starbuck on the original Battlestar Galactica, and that sci-fi legacy helped him become one of the 80s most recognizable faces. By 2026, Benedict is 81 and Face still feels like a fantasy of control, someone who survives danger not by being strongest, but by staying calm, staying clever, and smiling like he's never afraid. Captain Howling Mad Murdoch, the wild-eyed pilot whose insanity is half shield and half superpower, was portrayed by Dwight Schultz. He was born on November the 24th, 1947 in Baltimore, Maryland, and was 37 when the series began in 1983. Murdoch is comedy on the edge of tragedy, a man who hides trauma behind clowning, turning every mission into a performance because reality might break him if he stands still too long. Schultz played him with fearless range, 1 second slapstick, the next second haunting clarity, making Murdoch the character who keeps reminding you these men aren't just action heroes, they're survivors. Off-screen, Schultz built a long career beyond live action, becoming a major voice in animation and games, proving the same elasticity that powered Murdoch could live inside a microphone too. By 2026, he is 81, and Murdoch still hits because he represents a truth audiences feel. Sometimes the craziest guy in the room is the one who understands pain best, and laughter is simply how he stays alive. Amy Amanda Allen, the determined reporter who brings the A-Team back into the world, was portrayed by Melinda Kulea. She was born on May 5, 1955 in Western Springs, Illinois, and was 28 when she joined in 1983. Amy is important because she's the bridge between myth and reality. the civilian who sees these men not as fugitives, but as a last hope when the system fails. Kulea plays her with grit and intelligence, so Amy doesn't feel like a sidekick. She feels like a woman who knows danger and chooses it anyway. Behind the scenes, her exit became one of the show's most talked about early changes. And that shift is part of what fans still debate when they re-watch the first seasons. Kulea continued acting after leaving, but Amy remained her most visible pop culture stamp because she was there at the start, when the formula was still raw and hungry. By 2026, Kulea is 71, and Amy's legacy still lands as the reminder that in every action fantasy, someone has to be brave enough to make the first call. Tanya Baker, the bright journalist brought in as Amy's replacement during the early cast shift, was portrayed by Marla Heasley. She was born on April 4, 1958, in San Francisco, California, and was 24 when she joined. Tanya's role is a delicate one. She enters a world already defined by chemistry, bravado, and found family loyalty, and she has to fit without forcing it. Heasley plays her with warmth and quick intelligence, making Tanya feel like a capable ally rather than a gimmick, even as fans compare her to Amy. Off-screen, her time on the show was shorter, and she later stepped away from the spotlight into a quieter life, which only adds to the nostalgic curiosity around her. By 2026, Heasley is 67, and Tanya remains a fascinating footnote in the A-Team story, proof that even iconic shows have growing pains. And sometimes the hardest role isn't fighting villains, it's walking into a legend and trying to belong. General Hunt Stockwell, the government handler who pulls strings like a man who's never believed in clean hands, was portrayed by Robert Vaughn. He was born on November 22, 1932 in New York City, and was 54 when he joined the series. Stockwell adds a darker shade to the show's fantasy. He isn't a villain in costume. He's power in a suit, the kind that uses people as tools and calls it strategy. Vaughn played him with smooth authority, making every smile feel like a deal you shouldn't sign. Off-screen, Vaughn was already a legend, famous from The Man from UNCLE, and a career that spanned decades, with a reputation for intelligence and class. He died on November 11, 2016, at 83, and by 2026, Stockwell still feels disturbingly modern. The reminder that the scariest threats aren't always criminals. They're institutions that decide you're expendable. Colonel Roderick Decker, the relentless pursuer who turns the A-Team's freedom into a constant chase, was portrayed by Lance Legault. He was born on May 2, 1935, in Chicago, Illinois, and was 46 when the series began in 1983. Decker is the face of obsession, disciplined, angry, and determined to prove the A-Team are criminals, even when the evidence of their heroism keeps piling up. Legault plays him like a man who needs to win more than he needs truth, which makes him one of the show's most effective recurring threats, because he feels like real authority misused. Beyond the A-Team, Legault appeared across countless TV classics, often as military or law and order figures, and that casting history gave Decker extra authenticity. He died on September 10, 2012, at 77, and in 2026 his character still represents a painful tension viewers recognize. When the system makes up its mind about you, innocence isn't always enough to go free. Colonel Lynch, the hard-edged military antagonist who represents the machinery chasing the team, was portrayed by William Lucking. He was born on June 17, 1941 in Vanceburg, Kentucky, and was 55 when he appeared. Lynch brings a different flavor than Decker. Less personal obsession, more institutional menace, like a man who's comfortable being the bad guy as long as it's orders. Lucking's rugged presence made him believable instantly. He had that face that looks like it's lived through hard rooms. And that authenticity is what makes A-Team villains work. Outside the show, Lucking built a long career in television, recognized for tough guy authority roles that felt earned rather than performed. He died on October 18, 2021, at 80, and by 2026, his appearances feel like part of the show's core tension. Even when the A-Team wins the mission, the world still isn't safe, because power keeps sending new men to hunt them. Frankie Dishpan Santana, the young streetwise sidekick who briefly joins the team's orbit, was portrayed by Eddie Velas. He was born on July 3, 1958 in New York City, and was 33 when he appeared. Dishpan is the kind of character that reveals the A-Team's softer side. These hardened soldiers still protect the kids coming up behind them, the ones who don't have armor yet. Velas gives Frankie a mix of bravado and vulnerability that fits the show's tone. Tough talk hiding a need for belonging. After his time in the franchise, Velas continued working in film and TV, including other notable appearances that kept him present in the crime and action space. By 2026, he is 68, and Frankie remains a reminder that the A-Team wasn't only about explosions, it was about found family, and the way broken men sometimes become someone else's shelter. General Harlan Bull Fulbright, the larger-than-life military figure tied to the team's past, was portrayed by Jack Ging. He was born on November 30, 1920, in Alva, Oklahoma, and was 62 when he appeared. Fulbright feels like old-school authority, booming voice, hard lines, and that sense of history weighing on every order. Ging played him with commanding presence, making the character feel like a relic of an earlier America, confident, blunt, and certain the world can be controlled if you push hard enough. Beyond the A-Team, Ging had a long career across television and film, often cast in roles that required that same steel. He died on September 9, 2022 at 102, and by 2026 his legacy adds an unexpected layer to the show, the reminder that behind every mission is a generation of commanders and decisions that never stop echoing. Captain Crane, the military officer caught in the orbit of the team's missions, was portrayed by Carl Franklin. He was born on April 11, 1949 in Richmond, California, and was 34 when he appeared. Franklin's presence is interesting because his later legacy grew even bigger behind the camera. He became a respected director and storyteller, shaping acclaimed television and film with a steadier, more grounded voice than the A-Team's fireworks. That contrast makes his acting appearances feel like an early chapter in a longer creative life. Before he was building worlds, he was stepping into them. In the show, Crane represents the official side of the conflict: duty, orders, procedure, often forced to face the uncomfortable truth that the fugitives might be the most honorable men in the room. By 2026, Franklin is 77, and his story lands as one of the most satisfying kinds of Hollywood evolution. A man who started on screen, then quietly became the one calling the shots. B.A. Baracus, the unstoppable mechanic with a gold chain shine and a heart that secretly protected the whole crew, was portrayed by Mr. T. He was born on May 21, 1952, in Chicago, Illinois, and was 31 when the A-Team launched in 1983. B.A. is remembered for power, those arms, that glare, that "don't mess with my van" energy. But the reason he lasts is the loyalty underneath. He's the guy who says no to flying because fear is real, who acts tough because tenderness would get him hurt, and who keeps showing up anyway because the team is his tribe. Mr. T played him with pure conviction, no irony, no apology, so even the catchphrases feel like personality, not a gimmick. Off-screen, he became a pop culture force beyond the series, including his breakout in Rocky III, then later a public real-life battle with cancer that reshaped how fans saw him, not just as muscle, but as resilience. By 2026, Mr. T is 74 and BA still feels like comfort in a loud, simple form. The kind of hero who scares villains, makes kids feel safe, and reminds adults that real strength is often just refusing to quit. And that's the lasting power of the A-Team. It wasn't really about bullets or explosions. It was about loyalty. 4 men the system labeled as criminals, still choosing to be heroes when no one would thank them for it. By 2026, some of these faces are gone, others became icons. And the reruns land differently now. Because the world feels more complicated, and the fantasy feels more necessary. The A-Team promised something simple. If you're abandoned, you can still build a family. And if you're hunted, you can still fight back with courage, brains, and heart. If this took you back, subscribe and tell us, who was your favorite? Hannibal, BA, Face, or Murdoch? Hocus Pocus wasn't just a Halloween movie. It became a ritual. Witches, black cats, glowing pumpkins, and a strange feeling that childhood magic might still be hiding somewhere in the dark streets of October. Beneath the comedy and chaos was something surprisingly emotional. Fear of growing older, fear of being forgotten, and the hope that magic never completely leaves us. Now in 2026, we revisit the cast who turned a modest 1993 fantasy into one of the most beloved Halloween classics ever made. The legends we lost, the stars who grew with generations of fans, and the performances that return every autumn like an old spell. Winifred Sanderson, the wildly theatrical witch whose hunger for youth turned Hocus Pocus into a Halloween legend, was portrayed by Bette Midler. She was born on December 1st, 1945, in Honolulu, Hawaii, and was 48 when she first stormed across Salem in 1993. Winifred works because she's more than evil. She's desperation wrapped in confidence, a woman terrified of fading away, covering fear with sarcasm, power, and that unforgettable scream of authority. Midler played her like a Broadway storm trapped inside a Disney movie, every glare oversized, every insult musical, every line delivered with the precision of someone who understands comedy is rhythm. That performance is why Winifred survived long after the film's original release underperformed, because audiences kept rediscovering her year after year until the character became part of Halloween itself. Off-screen, Midler already carried decades of acclaim across music, film, and live performance. But Hocus Pocus gave her something rarer than awards: generational immortality. By 2026, Midler is 80, and Winifred still feels electric. A reminder that some performances don't age into nostalgia. They evolve into tradition, returning every autumn like a spell audiences are happy to fall under again. Sarah Sanderson, the hypnotic and childlike witch whose eerie innocence hides something genuinely dangerous, was portrayed by Sarah Jessica Parker. She was born on March 25, 1965, in Nelsonville, Ohio, and was 28 when Hocus Pocus arrived in 1993. Sarah could have been played as a simple comic stereotype, but Parker gives her an unpredictable energy, floaty, flirtatious, dreamy, yet strange enough that you never fully trust the smile. Her haunting song calling children into the night became one of the film's most unforgettable moments, because Parker performs it with softness rather than force, making the danger feel seductive instead of loud. And that balance is why Sarah lasts. She represents the kind of Halloween magic that's playful on the surface, but unsettling underneath. After the film, Parker's career exploded globally through Sex and the City, transforming her into one of television's defining fashion and cultural icons, though many fans still return to Salem every October to see her flying beside the Sanderson sisters. By 2026, Parker is 61, and Sarah Sanderson remains proof that cult classics survive, because certain characters never really leave popular culture. They just wait patiently for the next generation to discover them. Mary Sanderson, the anxious middle sister whose loyalty and comic panic constantly threatened to derail the witch's plans, was portrayed by Kathy Najimy. She was born on February 6, 1957, in San Diego, California, and was 36 when Hocus Pocus premiered in 1993. Mary is often remembered for the crooked smile and vacuum-riding chaos, but what makes her unforgettable is how human she feels beneath the absurdity. Unlike Winifred's ruthless ambition or Sarah's dreamy danger, Mary operates from emotion. She wants approval, safety, and the comfort of staying close to her sisters even when everything around them collapses. Najimy played her with impeccable physical comedy and warmth, turning what could have been a background witch into the emotional glue of the trio. Off-screen, Najimy had already built a respected career in comedy and activism, known for balancing humor with outspoken conviction in real life. By 2026, she is 69, and Mary Sanderson still feels strangely comforting. Chaotic, nervous, deeply imperfect, yet fiercely devoted to the people she loves. Why audiences keep welcoming her back every Halloween season. Max Dennison, the skeptical teenager whose careless curiosity awakens the Sanderson sisters, was portrayed by Omri Katz. He was born on May 30th, 1976 in Los Angeles, California, and was 17 when the film arrived in 1993. Max works because he feels believable, awkward, sarcastic, trying too hard to impress people while secretly feeling out of place in a new town. He's the outsider perspective inside Salem's madness, the kid who thinks legends are stupid until he accidentally becomes trapped inside one. Katz played Max with grounded realism that keeps the movie emotionally balanced. Without that sincerity, the witch's chaos wouldn't feel nearly as magical. Yet what makes Max resonate decades later is the vulnerability underneath his bravado. He's terrified of embarrassment, desperate to seem older than he is, and slowly forced into genuine courage when fantasy becomes real. After Hocus Pocus, Katz gradually stepped away from acting and chose a quieter life outside Hollywood, which only deepened the nostalgia surrounding him for fans who grew up with the film. By 2026, he is 50, and Max remains the perfect coming-of-age Halloween hero. Not fearless, not extraordinary, just brave enough to protect the people he loves when it finally matters. Allison Watts, the intelligent Salem teenager whose knowledge of local legend helps turn fear into action, was portrayed by Vanessa Shaw. She was born on July 19, 1976, in Los Angeles, California, and was 17 when Hocus Pocus arrived in 1993. Allison could easily have been written as only the pretty girl Max wants to impress, but Shaw gives her something steadier and more interesting. Confidence without arrogance, curiosity without recklessness, and courage that feels thoughtful rather than showy. She understands Salem's history before Max takes it seriously, and when the Sanderson sisters return, she becomes one of the few characters willing to believe the impossible quickly enough to survive it. Shaw's performance, brings calm to the film's chaos. Balancing Danny's emotional bravery and Max's nervous sarcasm with a quieter intelligence. After Hocus Pocus, Shaw built a strong film career, appearing in projects such as Eyes Wide Shut and The Hills Have Eyes, proving she could move far beyond childhood nostalgia into mature, challenging roles. By 2026, Shaw is 50, and Allison remains one of the film's most grounded figures, a reminder that in a story full of spells, and flying witches, wisdom can be its own kind of magic. Emily Binks, the innocent child whose tragic fate gives Hocus Pocus its emotional beginning, was portrayed by Amanda Shepard. She was born on May 28, 1985, in Los Angeles, California, and was only 8 when the film premiered in 1993. Emily appears briefly, yet her presence lingers over the entire story because she represents what the Sanderson sisters are truly capable of before the movie becomes colorful, funny, and chaotic. Her disappearance is the wound that shapes Thackeray Binks's curse, turning him from a frightened older brother into a soul trapped for centuries by guilt and devotion. Shepard's performance is quiet and vulnerable, and that simplicity makes the opening sequence feel haunting without becoming too heavy for a family film. She does not need many lines to make the audience understand why Thackeray's pain matters. After Hocus Pocus, Shepard stepped away from major screen work and chose a much more private life, which gives her small role an added sense of mystery for longtime fans. By 2026, she is 41, and Emily Binks remains proof that even a brief character can become unforgettable when she carries the emotional reason behind the entire adventure. Ernie Ice, the cocky teenage bully whose attitude is much louder than his courage, was portrayed by Larry Bagby. He was born on March 7, 1974, in Marysville, California, and was 19 when Hocus Pocus arrived in 1993. Ice is not dangerous in the way the Sanderson sisters are dangerous. He belongs to a more ordinary kind of childhood fear, the local troublemaker who humiliates people because it makes him feel powerful. That makes him funny once the movie shifts into real supernatural chaos, because his tough guy image suddenly seems very small next to witches, curses, and a talking black cat. Bagby plays him with just the right mix of arrogance and cluelessness, making Ice annoying but still entertaining rather than truly cruel. His scenes with Jay help capture the teenage atmosphere of early 90s Salem, giving Max a real-world problem before the magical one takes over. After Hocus Pocus, Bagby continued acting in television and film, including roles in Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Walk the Line, while also pursuing music. By 2026, he is 52, and Ice remains one of those small characters fans instantly remember. Proof that even a bully can become part of a film's nostalgic charm. Jay, the leather jacket-wearing teenage sidekick who helps make Max's first days in Salem even more uncomfortable, was portrayed by Tobias Jelinek. He was born on March 9, 1977, in Leesburg, Virginia, and was 16 when Hocus Pocus premiered in 1993. Jay works because he feels like a teenager pretending to be tougher than he really is, hiding insecurity behind posture, sarcasm, and the comfort of having Ice beside him. He and Ice bring a very human kind of conflict to the story before the supernatural elements explode, reminding the audience that Max is already struggling to belong before he accidentally awakens ancient witches. Jelinek gives Jay a loose, cocky energy that feels very specific to the early 90s, but he also keeps the character light enough that the scenes remain playful rather than harsh. After Hocus Pocus, Jelinek eventually returned to acting and appeared in popular shows such as Stranger Things, Arrow, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., building a career across television, film, and theater. By 2026, he is 49. And Jay remains a small but memorable piece of the film's world, the kind of supporting character who helps make Salem feel alive before the real magic begins. Jenny Dennison, the cheerful mother of Max and Danny, whose warmth helps ground the film's family story, was portrayed by Stephanie Faraci. She was born on January 1, 1952 in Brooklyn, New York, and was 41 when Hocus Pocus arrived in 1993. Jenny exists mostly in the adult world of the movie, where Halloween is a neighborhood celebration rather than a battle against resurrected witches. That contrast is part of what makes her role work. While her children are pulled into danger, Jenny and the other adults remain hilariously unaware, caught up in costumes, music, and the strange fun of Salem's Halloween night. Pharisee brings an easy comic warmth to the role, making Jenny feel like a real mother rather than just a background parent. Her presence gives the Dennison family a sense of love and normalcy, which makes Max and Danny's adventure feel more personal. Pharisee had already built a long career across television and film, known for her natural humor and steady supporting work. By 2026, she is 74, and Jenny Dennison still feels like part of the movie's cozy foundation. A reminder that behind all the spells and chaos, Hocus Pocus is also a story about family. Dave Dennison, the easygoing father trying to keep life normal, while Salem descends into supernatural madness, was portrayed by Charles Rocket. He was born on August 28, 1949 in Bangor, Maine, and was 44 when Hocus Pocus premiered in 1993. Dave is not part of the main battle against the Sanderson sisters, but he plays an important role in the texture of the film. He represents the adult world that remains completely unaware of what the children are facing, a world of Halloween parties, costumes, and parental concern that feels almost innocent compared with the ancient magic unfolding outside. Rocket brings relaxed comic timing to the character, making Dave feel like a believable father rather than a simple background figure. His scenes help establish the Dennison family as warm, slightly awkward, and real, which gives Max and Danny's relationship more emotional weight. Outside Hocus Pocus, Rocket had a varied career in comedy, television, and film, with memorable appearances in projects such as Saturday Night Live and Dumb and Dumber. Sadly, he passed away in 2005 at the age of 56. By 2026, Dave Dennison remains a gentle reminder of Rocket's humor and presence, still woven into the cozy family side of this Halloween classic. Billy Butcherson, the stitched-mouth zombie whose frightening appearance hides one of the film's funniest and most unexpectedly sympathetic characters, was portrayed by Doug Jones. He was born on May 24, 1960, in Indianapolis, Indiana, and was 33 when Hocus Pocus arrived in 1993. Billy first seems like a classic monster pulled from the grave to serve Winifred, but the film slowly reveals something much more charming beneath the dirt, stitches, and decayed costume. He is tired, annoyed, and far less loyal to Winifred than the witches expect, which makes him one of the movie's best surprises. Jones performs the role almost entirely through physicality, using posture, movement, and silent expression to create comedy even under heavy makeup. That gift would later define much of his career, as he became one of cinema's most respected creature performers through films like Pan's Labyrinth, Hellboy, and The Shape of Water. By 2026, Jones is 66, and Billy Butcherson remains beloved because he turns horror imagery into something strangely warm, a zombie who begins as a scare and ends as one of the movie's most endearing souls. Thackeray Binks, the brave older brother cursed to live for centuries as a black cat, was portrayed in human form by Sean Murray. He was born on November 15, 1977 in Bethesda, Maryland, and was 16 when Hocus Pocus premiered in 1993. Thackeray gives the film its sorrowful foundation. Before the comedy, before the songs, and before the Halloween chaos, his story begins with a desperate attempt to save his sister Emily from the Sanderson sisters. That failure becomes the emotional shadow beneath the whole movie, turning Binks into more than a magical companion. Murray plays young Thackeray with sincerity and urgency, making the audience understand the grief behind the cat's watchful presence centuries later. Even though much of the character's later screen time belongs to the black cat, the human backstory keeps him emotionally alive. After Hocus Pocus, Murray went on to achieve long-running television success as Timothy McGee on NCIS, where his quiet intelligence and steady presence became familiar to millions of viewers. By 2026, he is 49, and Thackeray Binks remains one of the film's most touching figures, a symbol of guilt, loyalty, and the hope that even the longest curse can finally be broken. Thackeray's father, the grieving parent whose brief appearance helps establish the tragedy behind the legend, was portrayed by Norbert Weiser. He was born on November the 24th, 1947, in Germany, and was 45 when Hocus Pocus arrived in 1993. His role is small, but it matters because the opening of the film depends on emotional consequence. Before Salem becomes a place of music, jokes, flying brooms, and Halloween fun, it is a village shaken by loss. Thackeray's father represents the helplessness of a parent facing something he cannot understand, a man searching for his children while witchcraft has already changed their lives forever. Weiser brings restraint to the moment, which keeps it from becoming overly dramatic. Instead, the sadness feels grounded, giving the fantasy a human beginning. Across his career, Weiser appeared in numerous film and television roles, often bringing quiet authority and character depth to supporting parts. By 2026, he is 79, and Thackeray's father remains one of those brief figures who helps the story feel older, sadder, and more meaningful than a simple Halloween comedy. His presence reminds viewers that every legend begins with someone's loss. Miss Olin, the no-nonsense schoolteacher who introduces the children to Salem's dark history, was portrayed by Kathleen Freeman. She was born on February 17, 1923 in Chicago, Illinois, and was 70 when Hocus Pocus premiered in 1993. Miss Olin appears only briefly, but her scene quietly sets the entire modern story in motion. She teaches the Sanderson legend as something distant and historical, the kind of classroom tale students might half listen to before Halloween night turns it into reality. Freeman gives the role a crisp authority, using her distinctive voice and seasoned comic timing to make even a small appearance feel memorable. That was one of her great strengths as a performer. She could step into a scene for a short time and still leave personality behind. Long before Hocus Pocus, Freeman had built an extensive career as a character actress across film, television, and theater, becoming known for roles that blended humor, sharpness, and unmistakable presence. She passed away in 2001 at the age of 78. By 2026, Miss Olin remains a nostalgic doorway into the film's mythology, the teacher whose lesson becomes far more real than anyone in that classroom could have imagined. The bus driver, the brief but hilarious character who meets the Sanderson sisters during their confused journey through modern Salem, was portrayed by Don Yesso. He was born on November 27, 1954 in the United States, and was 38 when Hocus Pocus arrived in 1993. His scene works because it captures one of the film's funniest contrasts: ancient witches trying to understand a world that has moved centuries beyond them. While the sisters are dramatic, suspicious, and completely out of time, the bus driver reacts with casual modern confidence, turning a small encounter into a memorable comic beat. Yesso plays the moment with relaxed timing, never pushing too hard, which makes the humor feel natural rather than forced. His role is not large, but Hocus Pocus is full of these little side characters who help make Salem feel strange, lively, and unpredictable on Halloween night. After the film, Yesso continued working in television and film, often appearing in supporting roles that added texture to larger stories. By 2026, he is 72, and the bus driver remains one of those tiny performances fans smile about because it proves that in a cult classic, even a few minutes can become part of the tradition. The cop, a seemingly authoritative figure caught inside the strange confusion of Halloween night, was portrayed by Michael McGrady. He was born on March 30th, 1960, and was 33 when Hocus Pocus premiered in 1993. His character appears during one of the movie's playful moments of misdirection, where Max and the others hope adult authority might help them escape the chaos surrounding the Sanderson sisters. But in Hocus Pocus, adults are rarely able to understand what is really happening until it is already too late, and that is exactly what makes the scene funny. McGrady gives the role a grounded, controlled energy, which contrasts nicely with the panic of the kids and the absurdity of the situation. His presence adds another layer to Salem's Halloween atmosphere, where every adult seems either distracted, mistaken, or completely unaware of the real danger. After the film, McGrady built a strong career in television and film, appearing in series such as The Shield, Southland, and Ray Donovan, often in roles that used his natural intensity. By 2026, he is 66, and his brief appearance in Hocus Pocus remains part of the film's comic rhythm, a small reminder that authority means very little when magic takes over the night. The cop's girlfriend, a minor but memorable presence in Hocus Pocus, was portrayed by Lee Hamilton. She was born on April 17, 1950, in Auckland, New Zealand, and was 43 when the film arrived in 1993. Her role is brief, but it belongs to the kind of small moment that helps make the movie feel full of life beyond the main characters. Hocus Pocus works partly because Salem does not feel empty. It feels crowded with partygoers, parents, teachers, strangers, and bystanders who all exist around the central adventure. Hamilton's character adds to that texture, appearing within the film's playful adult world where confusion, humor, and Halloween energy blur together. She does not need a large story arc to contribute to the atmosphere. Her presence helps the scene feel casual and lived in, like another strange corner of a town already overwhelmed by costumes and supernatural misunderstanding. Hamilton continued acting in smaller film and television roles, building a modest but meaningful screen career. Sadly, she passed away in 2012 at the age of 62. By 2026, her appearance in Hocus Pocus remains a quiet part of the film's legacy, remembered by fans who treasure every face connected to Salem's unforgettable Halloween night. Dani Dennison, the fearless younger sister whose belief in magic gives the film much of its heart, was portrayed by Thora Birch. She was born on March 11, 1982, in Los Angeles, California, and was only 11 when Hocus Pocus debuted in 1993. Dani is essential because she represents the childlike wonder the adults around her are already beginning to lose. While Max wants to appear cool and rational, Dani embraces Halloween completely. Costumes, legends, superstition, all of it. And that openness makes her the emotional compass of the story. Birch played Dani with confidence and sharp comedic timing, avoiding the overly cute performance that could have weakened the film's balance. Instead, Dani feels authentic, stubborn, loud, occasionally annoying, but undeniably brave. Birch later became one of the most recognizable young actresses of the late 90s and early 2000s through acclaimed performances in films like American Beauty and Ghost World. Proving her talent extended far beyond family fantasy. By 2026, Birch is 44, and Dani still symbolizes something audiences miss as they grow older: the ability to believe in magic before the world teaches you to laugh at it. And that's why Hocus Pocus never disappeared. It wasn't only about witches or Halloween night. It was about childhood wonder, surviving longer than anyone expected. By 2026, some cast members became legends, some stepped away from Hollywood, and others are gone. But the film still returns every October like a tradition passed from one generation to the next. Because beneath the comedy, costumes, and spells was a simple feeling audiences still hold on to, the hope that magic can outlive time. If this brought back Halloween memories, like, subscribe, and tell us, which Sanderson sister was your favorite? Winifred, Sarah, or Mary? The Wonder Years wasn't about superheroes or big adventures. It was about growing up before you realized childhood was ending. A first love, family arguments, awkward silence at the dinner table, and memories that somehow hurt more the older you get. Now in 2026, we revisit the cast who turned ordinary life into something unforgettable. The stars we lost, the lives behind the fame, and the characters that still feel like people we once knew. Jack Arnold, the stern father whose love often came out sounding like discipline, was portrayed by Dan Lauria. He was born on April 12, 1947, in Brooklyn, New York, and was 41 when The Wonder Years premiered in 1988. Jack is unforgettable because he reflects the kind of parenting many people grew up with. A hard-working man carrying pressure like a second skin, speaking in rules because softness feels risky. Yet the show's genius is that it lets you see the cracks, those quiet moments where Jack's pride turns into worry, where anger masks fear, and where a simple look says more than any speech. Lauria played Jack with grounded realism, so the character never feels like a sitcom dad. He feels like a real father shaped by his era, trying to raise children in a world he doesn't fully recognize anymore. After the show, Lauria continued acting across stage, film, and television. But Jack Arnold stayed his defining imprint because that kind of complicated love is hard to fake. By 2026, Lauria is 79, and Jack remains the reminder that sometimes the fathers we least understood were fighting battles they never talked about. Norma Arnold, the nurturing, quietly powerful mother who held the family together when the era itself felt like it was shaking, was portrayed by Allie Mills. She was born on May 9, 1951, in Chicago, Illinois, and was 37 when The Wonder Years began in 1988. Norma's greatness is subtle. She doesn't dominate scenes, she steadies them. While Jack carries pressure like armor, Norma carries it like responsibility, balancing the invisible work of parenting, the emotional labor of marriage, and the slow awakening of her own identity in a time when women were expected to stay small. Mills played her with warmth and intelligence that never turned sugary, so Norma feels like a real mother, patient until she isn't, gentle until she has to be firm, always aware of what her sons need even when they can't say it. That realism is why Norma still hits viewers hardest on rewatch, because the older you get, the more you realize she was doing the hardest job in the house. By 2026, Mills is 75, and Norma remains a reminder that the strongest person in a family is often the one who keeps everyone else from falling apart without ever asking to be thanked. Wayne Arnold, the rough older brother who bullied like it was a language and loved like he didn't know how to show it, was portrayed by Jason Hervey. He was born on April 6, 1972 in Los Angeles, California, and was 16 when the series began in 1988. Wayne's role is essential because he makes the home feel real. Siblings aren't always supportive. Sometimes they're your first enemy, your first rival, your first lesson in humiliation. Yet the show slowly reveals the truth underneath Wayne's toughness, insecurity, loneliness, and a quiet need to belong, especially as he grows up and the big brother armor starts to crack. Hervey played Wayne with just enough vulnerability beneath the swagger to make him more than a bully. He becomes a portrait of adolescence before empathy fully develops. After the show, Hervey shifted into producing and work behind the camera, building a quieter second chapter away from the spotlight. By 2026, he is 54, and Wayne still lands as a painfully honest truth. Sometimes the people who hurt you most are the ones who were scared first and didn't know another way to be. Paul Pfeiffer, Kevin's loyal best friend, and the quiet, good kid who held steady while everything else changed, was portrayed by Josh Saviano. He was born on March 31st, 1976 in White Plains, New York, and was 12 when the show began in 1988. Paul isn't flashy, and that's exactly why he matters. He's the voice of reason in the chaos of adolescence, the friend who listens, the one who stays kind even when the world starts rewarding cruelty. Saviano played Paul with nerdy charm and emotional honesty, making him feel like the friend you had before you learned how to act cool, someone safe, someone consistent, someone who made growing up feel less lonely. That's why their friendship still stings on rewatch. You remember how friendships shift, how people drift, how forever quietly becomes back then. Saviano later stepped away from acting and built a successful career as a lawyer, choosing a life of privacy and purpose over the machine of fame. By 2026, he is 50, and Paul's legacy feels almost poetic. The character who valued stability grew into a life that prioritized it too. The adult voice of Kevin Arnold, the tone that made every small childhood moment feel like a memory worth holding, was provided by Daniel Stern. He was born on August 28, 1957, in Bethesda, Maryland, and was 31 when he began narrating in 1988. That narration is the show's secret weapon. It turns teenage embarrassment into poetry, heartbreak into reflection, and ordinary suburban life into something almost sacred. Stern's voice carries warmth and distance at the same time, like a man looking back with tenderness and regret, knowing exactly which moments mattered even when the kid didn't. Without him, the show would still be funny. With him, it becomes haunting, because you can feel time passing in the pauses. Stern's career beyond narration is iconic in its own right, spanning acting, directing, and art, always carrying that same human texture that makes him instantly recognizable. By 2026, he is 68, and his narration still lands like a truth older audiences feel in their bones. You don't realize you're in the good years until you've already lived past them. Karen Arnold, the free-spirited older sister who embodied the cultural tremors of the late 60s, was portrayed by Olivia d'Abo. She was born on January 22, 1969, in London, England, and was 19 when she joined the series. Karen represents the generation gap made personal, idealistic, rebellious, and constantly colliding with Jack's conservative worldview, not because she hates him, but because she refuses to live inside his rules. d'Abo played her with real conviction, making Karen more than the hippie sister. She's a young woman trying to become herself, while her family watches with fear and confusion. Over time, Karen's storyline grows up: love, marriage, motherhood, showing that rebellion isn't always permanent, but growth is. Off-screen, d'Abo continued a varied career across acting, voice work, and music, keeping her creative identity flexible rather than boxed in. By 2026, she is 57, and Karen remains a reminder that every family has one person who changes first, and the rest of the house has to decide whether to follow, fight, or finally understand. Chuck Coleman, the quirky friend whose nervous energy and awkward humor made high school feel painfully real, was portrayed by Andy Berman. He was born on February 24, 1968, in Chicago, Illinois, and was 23 when he appeared in 1991. Chuck isn't the main best friend. Chuck's some best best friends, but he's essential because he reflects how teenage circles actually work. People rotate in and out, friendships shift, and sometimes the funniest guy is the one using jokes to hide how uncomfortable he feels in his own skin. Berman played Chuck with jittery charm and quick timing, turning small scenes into memorable little bursts of realism. And what makes his story satisfying is what came after. He transitioned into television writing, producing, and directing, moving from being part of the coming-of-age story to building coming-of-age stories for others. By 2026, Berman is 58, and Chuck remains a lovable snapshot of adolescence. The kid who tries to be funny because silence feels dangerous, and laughter is how he finds a place to stand. Doug Porter, the intelligent, slightly nerdy classmate who helped make the school world feel populated and true, was portrayed by Brandon Crane. He was born on February the 26th, 1976, in Oceanside, California, and was 13 when he appeared in 1989. Doug isn't a headline character, he's atmosphere. And that's what makes him valuable. The Wonder Years worked because it felt like a real hallway. Not just Kevin and his friends, but dozens of small personalities orbiting them, each carrying their own worries and ambitions. Doug's earnestness, academic focus, and quiet social awkwardness mirror the kind of kid many viewers were, or the kind of kid they overlooked and regret overlooking now. Crane remained connected to fans through conventions and appearances, which speaks to how deeply people value the show's small details. By 2026, he is 50, and Doug Porter stands as proof that nostalgia isn't always built on the loudest characters. Sometimes it's built on the faces that quietly remind you of who you were sitting next to in class. Winnie Cooper, Kevin's first love, and the emotional center that made adolescence feel both beautiful and terrifying, was portrayed by Danica McKellar. She was born on January 3, 1975 in La Jolla, California, and was 13 when she began in 1988. Winnie is remembered as the girl next door, but the role is deeper. She carries grief, vulnerability, and that quiet strength of a kid who has already learned life can hurt. McKellar played Winnie with sensitivity that made the romance feel real, not fantasy, but messy, uncertain, and always one misunderstanding away from heartbreak. That realism is why their relationship still hits older viewers hard. It captures the first time you realize love doesn't automatically mean safety. After the series, McKellar built a unique second act, continuing in entertainment while becoming a best-selling author known for making math approachable, turning a teen idol past into something unexpectedly educational and empowering. By 2026, she is 51, and Winnie remains the reminder that first love isn't remembered because it was perfect. It's remembered because it changed you. Jeff Billings, the cool, slightly rebellious friend who arrives later and quietly signals that childhood is ending, was portrayed by Giovanni Ribisi. He was born on December 17, 1974, in Los Angeles, California, and was 18 when he appeared in 1992. Jeff's purpose is emotional. He shows what happens when old friendships drift, and you suddenly need someone new to stand beside you in the hallway. He's laid back, mature, and a little more world-weary than Kevin, which makes him feel like the bridge into adulthood. Less innocence, more realism. Ribisi played Jeff with ease and subtle depth, the kind of performance that makes a late edition feel natural instead of forced. After the show, Ribisi's career exploded into a long, acclaimed run across film and television, becoming one of those actors whose name carries credibility. Intense roles, distinctive presence, a talent for making characters feel lived in. By 2026, he is 51, and Jeff still feels like a turning point. The moment the show admits growing up means losing some people and meeting new ones because you have to. Coach Ed Cutlip, the awkward gym teacher who tries to enforce discipline while radiating insecurity, was portrayed by Robert Picardo. He was born on October the 27th, 1953 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 35 when he appeared in 1988. Cutlip is comedy with a bruise. He's gruff, easily rattled, and desperate to be respected by kids who can smell fear. Picardo plays him with that perfect blend of authority and pathetic vulnerability, making Cutlip feel like a real adult you'd meet in school, someone who chose control as a career because life didn't give him much else. Yet the show also gives him moments that humanize him, reminding viewers that teachers carry their own private humiliations, too. Picardo's later career became widely recognized across genre television and voice work, proving his range extended far beyond a gym whistle and bad pep talks. By 2026, he is 72, and Coach Cutlip remains one of the show's funniest truths. Adolescence is awkward, but adulthood can be even worse when you're trying to hide it. Mr. Cantwell, the deadpan science teacher whose monotone delivery became its own kind of classroom comedy, was portrayed by Ben Stein. He was born on November the 25th, 1944, in Washington, D.C., and was 45 when he appeared in 1989. Cantwell is unforgettable because every student has met him, the teacher whose voice makes time slow down, whose passion has evaporated, leaving only routine and resignation. Stein's performance nails that universal school experience, the slow drift of attention, the silent prayer for the bell, the feeling that your life is happening somewhere else. Off-screen, Stein's public identity stretches beyond acting into writing and commentary, making him one of those figures who became recognizable for his voice and persona as much as any single role. By 2026, he is 81, and Mr. Cantwell still lands because he captures something timeless. Sometimes the most memorable adults in your childhood weren't inspiring. They were simply impossible to forget. Mr. DePerna, the stern assistant principal who feels like the physical embodiment of consequences, was portrayed by Ray Burke. He was born on May 27, 1943, in Flint, Michigan, and was 45 when he appeared in 1988. DePerna isn't evil. He's authority doing its job, and that's what makes him scary to kids. He watches, he judges, he disciplines, and he doesn't care if you think it's unfair, because to him fair is the rule book. Burke played him with grounded realism, so DePerna feels like the adult you avoided in the hallway, the man who could ruin your day with a single look. And yet the older you get, the more you understand the exhaustion behind it. A school full of chaos, and one person tasked with holding the line. Burke later stepped back from acting after a long career, leaving behind a film and TV footprint built on strong character work. By 2026, he is 83, and Mr. DePerna remains a perfect memory of childhood fear. Not monsters, not villains. Just authority when you're young enough to feel powerless. Miss White, the gentle English teacher who made literature feel like a lifeline, was portrayed by Wendell Meldrum. She was born on April 15, 1959, in Edmonton, Canada, and was 29 when she appeared. Miss White stands out because she represents the rare adult who sees kids as people, encouraging, patient, and quietly transformative. In a show full of family tension and adolescent confusion, her warmth becomes a small sanctuary, proving that sometimes one teacher can change the tone of an entire year. Meldrum played her with sincerity that feels personal, like she's offering safety without demanding gratitude. Tragically, Meldrum died on January 27, 2021, at 61 after cancer, and by 2026, that loss makes Miss White's scenes land with extra emotion. A character built on kindness, portrayed by an actress whose own story ended too soon. She remains the reminder that the supporting roles, In your childhood, teachers, mentors, strangers who believe in you can echo longer than the main plot ever does. Alice Pettermere, the sweet, quirky classmate who becomes a brief romantic detour in Kevin's life, was portrayed by Lindsay Sloan. She was born on August 8, 1977, in Long Island, New York, and was 14 when she appeared in 1991. Alice is important because she captures a very specific teenage truth. Sometimes you date someone not because it's destiny, but because you're trying to understand yourself, trying to move on, trying to prove you can. Sloan plays Alice with awkward charm and genuine warmth, making the storyline feel innocent rather than cynical, like a small experiment in growing up. It adds dimension to Kevin's world. He's not only orbiting Winnie, he's learning that relationships are messy and sometimes temporary, and that doesn't make them meaningless. Sloan continued working steadily, known for comedic timing that kept her present across decades of television. By 2026, she is 49, and Alice remains a gentle reminder of adolescence's small heartbreaks, the people you genuinely like, even when you know they aren't your forever. Kirk McCrae, the confident romantic rival who briefly dates Winnie and ignites Kevin's jealousy, was portrayed by Michael Landis. He was born on September 18, 1972, in the Bronx, New York, and was 16 when he appeared in 1988. Kirk's role is classic coming-of-age tension, the other guy who forces the protagonist to confront insecurity, not because Kirk is a villain, but because Kevin is still learning what he's worth. Landis plays him with easy popularity, making Kirk feel like the kind of kid who doesn't even realize he's intimidating. He just exists, and that's enough to shake someone else's confidence. The storyline works because it reflects real adolescence. Love triangles are rarely about hatred. They're about fear and comparison. Landis continued acting across television, film, and voice roles, staying present in the industry without being chained to one identity. By 2026, he is 53, and Kirk remains a snapshot of teenage pain. The moment you realize your biggest enemy isn't another person, it's the voice in your head telling you you're not enough. Madeline Adams, the poised, intelligent student who briefly dates Kevin and makes him feel both inspired and inadequate, was portrayed by Julie Condra. She was born on December 1, 1970, in Ballinger, Texas, and was 20 when she appeared in 1990. Madeline's purpose is subtle but powerful. She represents growth, the next level of adolescence where romance isn't only butterflies, it's intimidation. Kevin likes her, but he's also scared of her, because she seems older in spirit, more certain, more put together than he feels inside. Condra played Madeline with calm confidence, making the relationship feel like a lesson. Sometimes your type is just your insecurity wearing perfume. After her acting work, Condra stepped back into a quieter life, focused on family and personal priorities. By 2026, she is 55, and Madeline remains memorable because she captures a universal moment. The first time you realize attraction can come with fear. Fear that you won't measure up, fear that growing up is arriving faster than you are. Michael, Karen Arnold's serious, socially conscious boyfriend who embodies the era's political and generational clash, was portrayed by David Schwimmer. He was born on November 2, 1966, in Flushing, New York, and was 25 when he appeared in 1991. Michael matters because he pushes the family's tension into the open. Long hair, idealism, and a belief system that collides directly with Jack's worldview. The point isn't who's right. The point is that love and politics invade the dinner table, whether you invite them or not. Schwimmer plays Michael with sincerity, making him more than a hippie boyfriend cliché. He feels like a young man genuinely trying to live his values, even when older adults mock him. The character's path, marrying Karen and moving to Alaska, fits the show's bittersweet tone. Sometimes the people you meet in youth don't stay close. They simply redirect your life. Schwimmer later became a global TV icon in his own right, but here he's a small piece of the Wonder Years mosaic. By 2026, he is 59, and Michael remains the reminder that the era's cultural war wasn't abstract. It was happening inside families, through the people they chose to love. Mr. Collins, the stern yet quietly fair algebra teacher whose storyline becomes one of the show's most devastating life lessons, was portrayed by Stephen Gilborn. He was born on July 15, 1936 in New Rochelle, New York, and was 53 when he appeared in 1989. Collins begins as the hard teacher the adult students fear and resent. Then the show reveals the deeper truth. He's a human being with a life beyond the classroom, and he sees Kevin more clearly than Kevin realizes. The reason this arc breaks people is because it mirrors real life. You think certain adults will always be there, then one day they're gone, and you're left carrying regret for what you didn't say or understand. Gilborn plays Collins with calm intelligence and restrained warmth, which makes the loss land like a punch to the chest, not a melodramatic twist. Gilborn died on January 2nd, 2009, at 72 from cancer, and by 2026, Mr. Collins remains one of the show's sharpest truths. Growing up isn't only first kisses and friendships, it's learning that time doesn't ask permission before it takes someone away. Kevin Arnold, the boy who made growing up feel like a memory you could touch, was portrayed by Fred Savage. He was born on July 9, 1976 in Chicago, Illinois, and was only 12 when the Wonder Years began in 1988. Kevin isn't a hero in the usual TV sense. He's a kid trying to survive the quiet storms, family tension, school pressure, first love, and the feeling that the world is changing faster than he can understand. That's why audiences never just watched him, they recognized him. Through Winnie, Paul, and the constant friction at home, Kevin becomes the face of that universal ache, wanting life to stay simple while it keeps moving on anyway. Savage played him with natural vulnerability, and the adult narration made every small moment feel like it mattered, because later, it always does. After the series, Savage built a strong second chapter behind the camera as a television director and producer, proving he didn't outgrow storytelling. He simply moved to the other side of it. By 2026, he is 50, and Kevin Arnold remains a rare TV character who doesn't age into nostalgia alone. He ages into truth. And that's why The Wonder Years still feels so personal. It wasn't just a story about the past. It was about realizing how quickly life moves while you're busy living it. By 2026, some cast members are gone. Others found new lives beyond fame. But the show still endures because it captured something timeless. The ache of growing up, the people we drift away from, and the memories that somehow become more valuable every year. If this brought back memories, like, subscribe and tell us which Wonder Years character meant the most to you. Welcome back to Hollywood 1960s. A 3-hour tour became a television legend. In 1964, Gilligan's Island stranded 7 strangers in paradise, and somehow turned disaster into one of the warmest comedies of the decade. Gilligan made mistakes, the skipper lost his temper, Ginger brought glamour, and Mary Ann brought heart. Decades later, the island still feels impossible to leave. Today, we're looking back at the cast of Gilligan's Island, then and now, and the stars who turned a simple shipwreck into classic TV history. Mrs. Lovey Howell, the elegant and pampered millionaire's wife, whose refinement somehow survived even on a deserted island, was portrayed by Natalie Schafer. She was born on November 5, 1900, in Red Bank, New Jersey, and was 64 when Gilligan's Island first sailed onto television in 1964. Lovey works because she brings old-world wealth into the most ridiculous situation imaginable, stranded far from civilization, yet still carrying herself as though dinner might be served in a grand hotel lobby at any moment. Schaefer played her with graceful comic restraint, never making Lovey feel foolish just because she was privileged. Instead, she gave the character warmth, charm, and a surprisingly maternal softness beneath the jewelry, gowns, and polished manners. Her chemistry with Jim Backus as Thurston Howell III became one of the show's most reliable sources of humor, turning their marriage into a floating piece of high society trapped in tropical absurdity. Before Gilligan's Island, Schaefer had already built a long career across stage, film, and television, but Lovey became the role that carried her into the memories of generations. She passed away in 1991 at the age of 90, and Mrs. Howell still feels timeless, a comic portrait of elegance, refusing to surrender, even when paradise becomes a prison. Professor Roy Hinckley, the calm and endlessly resourceful scientist better known simply as the Professor, was portrayed by Russell Johnson. He was born on November 10, 1924, in Ashley, Pennsylvania, and was 40 when Gilligan's Island premiered in 1964. The Professor became one of the show's most fascinating figures because he represented logic in a world built on chaos. While everyone else panicked, schemed, flirted, or stumbled into disaster, he approached island life like a problem waiting to be solved. Johnson gave him a steady intelligence that never felt cold, turning the character into both a survival expert and the castaway's quiet moral center. Of course, the great running joke was that he could build radios, generators, and elaborate gadgets from coconuts and bamboo, yet somehow never repair the boat that could take them home. That contradiction became part of the charm, reminding viewers that Gilligan's Island was never really about escape. It was about the personalities trapped together. Before acting, Johnson served as a bombardier during World War II, and that real-life discipline seemed to echo in his composed screen presence. He passed away in 2014 at the age of 89, leaving the Professor as a symbol of classic television intelligence, patience, and the wonderfully impossible science of 1960s sitcom comedy. Jonas the Skipper Grumby, the loud, protective, and big-hearted captain of the SS Minnow, was portrayed by Alan Hale Jr. He was born on March 8, 1921, in Los Angeles, California, and was 43 when Gilligan's Island premiered in 1964. The Skipper works because he is both the island's authority figure and one of its most emotionally generous characters. He shouts, he blusters, and he loses patience with Gilligan almost constantly, but underneath that sailor's temper is a man who genuinely cares about everyone stranded with him. Hale played him with a warmth that made even his frustration feel affectionate rather than cruel. His chemistry with Bob Denver became one of the great comic engines of the series, part captain and first mate, part father and child, part vaudeville duo, Lost in Paradise. The Skipper's physical comedy, booming voice, and signature captain's hat helped turn him into one of the most recognizable figures of 1960s television. Before and after Gilligan's Island, Hale built a steady career in film and television, often bringing the same natural good humor to every role. He passed away in 1990 at the age of 68, and the Skipper remains unforgettable, a classic sitcom captain whose greatest voyage was not across the sea, but into the memories of generations. The gorilla, one of the island's strange and unpredictable visitors, was brought to life by Janos Prohaska. He was born on October 10, 1919 in Budapest, Hungary, and was 46 when he appeared on Gilligan's Island in 1965. On paper, a gorilla costume could have been nothing more than a simple gag, but Prohaska turned physical performance into character. His work depended on movement, timing, posture, and the ability to make an animal presence feel both comic and threatening within the lighthearted world of the show. The gorilla added a burst of jungle chaos to the castaways' already unstable lives, reminding viewers that the island was never just sand, palm trees, and rescue plans. It was also a place where anything ridiculous could happen. Prohaska's gift was making creature roles expressive without relying on dialogue, using his body like an actor uses a voice. Beyond Gilligan's Island, he became known for creature and stunt performances across classic television, including appearances connected to science fiction and adventure shows of the era. Sadly, he died in a plane crash in 1974 at the age of 54. By 2026, his gorilla still represents a very specific kind of television magic: practical, physical, playful, and completely rooted in the imaginative spirit of 1960s entertainment. The Russian agent, a Cold War-flavored visitor whose presence brought espionage humor into the island's tropical chaos, was portrayed by Richard Kiel. He was born on September 13, 1939, in Detroit, Michigan, and was 27 when he appeared on Gilligan's Island in 1966. The character works because he arrives with the shadow of spy fiction around him. Yet the world of Gilligan's Island immediately softens that menace into comedy. Kiel's extraordinary height gave the role instant visual impact, making the Russian agent seem intimidating before the sitcom rhythm began pulling him into absurdity. That contrast became part of his screen power throughout his career. He could look threatening without needing to overplay the danger. On the island, his presence allowed the show to gently parody the fears and tensions of the 1960s while keeping everything safely within its playful tone. Kiel would later become world-famous as Jaws in the James Bond films, one of cinema's most memorable henchmen, using the same towering presence to create a character audiences feared and loved at once. He passed away in 2014 at the age of 74. By 2026, his Gilligan's Island appearance feels like an early glimpse of the physical charisma that would eventually make him an international pop culture figure. Thurston Howell III, the impossibly wealthy millionaire who treated a deserted island like an inconvenient extension of his estate, was portrayed by Jim Backus. He was born on February 25, 1913 in Cleveland, Ohio, and was 51 when Gilligan's Island premiered in 1964. Howell works because he is absurdly detached from reality, yet somehow never loses his comic dignity. Stranded with no servants, no banks, and no actual use for his fortune, he still behaves as though money remains the organizing principle of the universe. Backus played him with a polished upper-crust rhythm, turning every complaint, scheme, and affectionate exchange with Lovey into a miniature performance of privilege under pressure. The genius of the character is that he is ridiculous without being empty. Beneath the selfishness and snobbery, there is loyalty to his wife and a strange affection for the other castaways. Before Gilligan's Island, Backus was already widely recognized as the voice of Mr. Magoo and had built a strong film and television career. But Thurston Howell III gave him one of television's most enduring comic identities. He passed away in 1989 at the age of 76, and Howell remains timeless, a millionaire with nowhere to spend his money, trapped in paradise, with nothing but status, charm, and perfect comic timing. Norbert Wiley, the fast-talking con man whose arrival on the island brought a sharper edge of comedy to Gilligan's Island, was portrayed by Don Rickles. He was born on May 8, 1926, in Queens, New York, and was 40 when he appeared on the series in 1966. Wiley works because he introduces a different kind of chaos from the regular castaways. He is not innocent like Gilligan, dignified like Howell, or practical like the Professor. He is a schemer, someone who understands people's weaknesses and tries to turn them into opportunity. Rickles brought his unmistakable comic attack to the role, using speed, attitude, and verbal confidence to make Wiley feel dangerous in a funny way. His presence changed the rhythm of the island, creating tension not through survival or rescue, but through manipulation. That made the episode stand out, because Rickles carried the energy of nightclub comedy into a family sitcom without losing the show's lightness. Beyond Gilligan's Island, he became one of the most legendary insult comedians in American entertainment, known as Mr. Warmth, for the strange affection hidden inside his sharpest lines. He passed away in 2017 at the age of 90, and Norbert Wiley remains a small but lively reminder of Rickles' unique gift, turning trouble into timing. Mary Ann Summers, the sweet Kansas farm girl whose warmth made her one of television's most beloved girl-next-door figures, was portrayed by Dawn Wells. She was born on October the 18th, 1938, in Reno, Nevada, and was 26 when Gilligan's Island first aired in 1964. Mary Ann works because she brings emotional honesty to a show filled with broad comic types. While Ginger represents Hollywood glamour, Mary Ann represents home, practicality, kindness, hard work, and the comforting idea that goodness can survive anywhere. Wells played her with natural charm, never making Mary Ann feel dull simply because she was wholesome. Instead, she gave the character wit, patience, and quiet resilience, helping the castaways feel like a community rather than just a collection of stranded personalities. Her gingham dress became iconic, but it was Wells' sincerity that made Mary Ann last. She could cook, garden, encourage, and still deliver comedy with perfect timing, becoming the emotional center for many fans. After Gilligan's Island, Wells remained active in television, theater, and public appearances, embracing the affection audiences had for the character. She passed away in 2020 at the age of 82. By 2026, Mary Ann still feels like comfort television itself, gentle, capable, and forever carrying a piece of home onto the island. King Kalawani, the island leader whose appearance brought ceremonial comedy and cultural misunderstanding into Gilligan's Island, was portrayed by Stanley Adams. He was born on April 7, 1915, in New York City, and was 52 when he appeared on the series in 1967. The character belongs to the show's broad adventure comedy tradition, where every visitor to the island seems to arrive with a new complication, a new misunderstanding, or a new false hope of rescue. Adams played King Kalawani with a strong comic presence, giving the role a mix of authority and absurdity that fit the show's exaggerated style. His performance worked because he understood the rhythm of classic television comedy. Take the situation seriously enough for the characters to panic, but keep the tone light enough for the audience to enjoy the ridiculousness. Like many guest roles on Gilligan's Island, King Kalawani added variety to the island's world, reminding viewers that the castaways were trapped in a place where strange encounters could happen at any time. Adams had a wide-ranging career across film and television, including memorable work on Star Trek and The Twilight Zone. He passed away in 1977 at the age of 62, leaving behind the legacy of a versatile character actor who could make even a brief guest appearance feel colorful. Dr. Boris Balinkoff, the eccentric scientist whose strange experiments brought a touch of madcap science fiction to Gilligan's Island, was portrayed by Vito Scotti. He was born on January 26, 1918, in San Francisco, California, and was 47 when he first appeared on the series in 1965. Balinkoff works because he feels like he wandered in from a different kind of show entirely. A mysterious, theatrical figure with hypnotic powers, unusual plans, and just enough menace to disturb the castaways without breaking the sitcom's playful world. Scotti gave him a wonderfully elastic performance, mixing charm, oddness, and comic villainy into a character who felt both suspicious and entertaining. His presence allowed Gilligan's Island to move beyond simple survival comedy and briefly become something stranger, almost like a parody of Gothic science fiction. That flexibility was part of the series' appeal. The island could host millionaires, spies, surfers, scientists, and still remain unmistakably itself. Scotty was one of television's great character actors, appearing in countless comedies and dramas with a gift for accents, timing, and scene-stealing detail. He passed away in 1996 at the age of 78. By 2026, Dr. Balankoff remains a memorable guest character, proof that even paradise can become a laboratory for beautifully absurd television chaos. The native character, part of Gilligan's Island's recurring adventure-style storylines involving visitors and island encounters, was portrayed by Eddie Little Sky. He was born on August 15, 1926, in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and was 38 when he appeared on the series in 1965. His role reflects a kind of storytelling that was common on mid-century television, where island settings often leaned into broad comic misunderstandings and simplified adventure imagery. But Little Sky's presence matters because he brought lived identity and dignity into an industry that too often treated native characters as background figures or stereotypes. As a member of the Oglala Lakota people, he worked steadily in westerns and television at a time when opportunities for native performers were limited and often shaped by narrow expectations. Even within a light sitcom like Gilligan's Island, his appearance connects the show to a larger Hollywood history of representation, performance, and the gradual push toward more respectful portrayals. Little Sky built a career across many classic productions, often becoming part of the visual memory of American television and Western film. He passed away in 1997 at the age of 71. By 2026, his work is remembered not only as character acting, but as part of a broader legacy of native performers who helped open space within an imperfect industry. The Parrot, a playful island presence whose voice added confusion, mimicry, and comic surprise to Gilligan's Island, was performed by Mel Blanc. He was born on May 30th, 1908 in San Francisco, California, and was 56 when he provided the voice in 1964. A parrot might seem like a tiny detail in a show built around 7 stranded castaways. But in the hands of Blanc, even a bird could become a character. His genius was not only in creating voices, but in giving them rhythm, personality, and emotional shape. The parrot's mimicry fit perfectly into the world of Gilligan's Island, where misunderstandings were often the engine of comedy, and one repeated phrase could send everyone into panic. Blanc's contribution added a layer of cartoon energy to the sitcom, reminding viewers how closely 1960s television comedy often lived beside animation, vaudeville, and radio tradition. Long before and after this appearance, Blanc had already become one of the most important voice artists in entertainment history, bringing characters like Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig, and countless others to life. He passed away in 1989 at the age of 81. By 2026, the parrot remains a small credit within an enormous legacy, but it carries the unmistakable sound of a man who taught generations how animated voices could feel alive. The Headhunter, one of the island's more adventurous and exaggerated guest characters, was portrayed by Russ Grieve. He was born on November 5th, 1923, and was 42 when he appeared on Gilligan's Island in 1965. Like many visitor roles on the series, the Headhunter exists inside the show's broad comic universe, where danger is rarely allowed to stay frightening for very long. His presence brings the castaways into another round of panic, disguise, confusion, and slapstick survival, all handled with the light tone that made the series easy to revisit for decades. Grieve's performance blends physical authority with sitcom timing, giving the character enough menace to drive the episode while still keeping everything playful and family-friendly. In that sense, he fits perfectly into the Gilligan's Island formula. Introduce a threat, complicate the rescue hopes, then let comedy soften the danger before the credits roll. Grieve worked steadily as a character actor across television and film, often appearing in roles that required a strong presence, even with limited screen time. He passed away in 1980 at the age of 56. By 2026, his headhunter role remains part of the show's colorful guest character tradition, a reminder of how 1960s sitcoms turned adventure tropes into safe, silly, endlessly repeatable television fun. Wrongway Feldman, the eccentric aviator whose arrival gave the castaways another brief glimpse of possible rescue, was portrayed by Hans Conried. He was born on April 15, 1917, in Baltimore, Maryland, and was 47 when he appeared on Gilligan's Island in 1964. Wrongway works because he embodies one of the show's favorite emotional tricks. Hope appears, rescue seems possible, and then comedy gently destroys it. As a World War I pilot who somehow became stranded himself, Feldman feels like a legend dropped into the middle of a sitcom, a man shaped by old adventures, but comically unreliable when it matters most. Conried played him with theatrical precision, giving every line a touch of eccentric grandeur. He had the rare ability to sound intelligent, ridiculous, and completely sincere at the same time, which made him perfect for the role. His episodes carry a whimsical sadness beneath the laughs, because Wrongway is another reminder that escape is always close enough to imagine and far enough to fail. Conried enjoyed a rich career as a character actor and voice performer, famously voicing Captain Hook in Disney's Peter Pan and appearing across film, radio, and television. He passed away in 1982 at the age of 64. By 2026, Wrongway Feldman remains one of the show's most memorable visitors, a comic symbol of directionless hope, flying confidently toward everywhere except home. Duke Williams, the handsome surfer whose arrival brings excitement, romance, and another fragile possibility of rescue, was portrayed by Denny Miller. He was born on April 25, 1934, in Bloomington, Indiana, and was 31 when he appeared on Gilligan's Island in 1965. Duke works because he carries the energy of a sunlit beach movie into the strange little world of the castaways. He is athletic, relaxed, charming, and seemingly capable of doing what the others cannot, crossing the ocean and reconnecting them with civilization. For a moment, his arrival changes the island's emotional temperature. The women admire him, the men measure themselves against him, and everyone senses that maybe this stranger could be the answer they have been waiting for. But in true Gilligan's Island fashion, hope is never allowed to become escape. Miller plays Duke with easy physical confidence and a gentle humor that keeps the character likable rather than arrogant. Before and after the series, he had a varied screen career, including the title role in Tarzan, The Ape Man, and later appearances across television and film. He passed away in 2014 at the age of 80. By 2026, Duke Williams remains part of the island's long pattern of almost rescues, a sunny reminder that on Gilligan's Island, Paradise always offered a way out, then laughed and took it back. Gilligan, the innocent and endlessly accident-prone first mate whose mistakes kept the castaways trapped week after week, was portrayed by Bob Denver. He was born on January 9, 1935 in New Rochelle, New York, and was 29 when Gilligan's Island first aired in 1964. Gilligan works because he is not simply clumsy. He is pure-hearted in a way that makes his disasters strangely forgivable. He ruins rescue plans, misunderstands instructions, and stumbles into chaos with almost supernatural consistency, yet he never acts from selfishness. Denver played him with wide-eyed sincerity, turning the character into a gentle comic fool rather than a nuisance. His red shirt, white sailor hat, nervous expressions, and childlike voice became part of the visual language of 1960s television. What makes Gilligan last is that audiences can be frustrated with him and still love him at the same time, because beneath every mistake is loyalty. Before The Island, Denver had already found fame on the many loves of Dobie Gillis, but Gilligan became the role that defined his legacy. He passed away in 2005 at the age of 70, and Gilligan remains frozen in pop culture as the eternal first mate, forever ruining the escape, forever apologizing, and forever making audiences smile. Ginger Grant, the glamorous movie star whose Hollywood elegance somehow followed her all the way to a deserted island, was portrayed by Tina Louise. She was born on February 11, 1934, in New York City, and was 30 when Gilligan's Island premiered in 1964. Ginger works because she carries the fantasy of old Hollywood into the most unlikely setting possible. Surrounded by huts, jungle paths, and failed rescue attempts, she still moves like a woman expecting a spotlight to find her. Louise played Ginger with sophistication and softness, making her more than just the show's glamorous figure. She could be flirtatious, theatrical, and self-aware, but she also brought kindness and emotional intelligence to the group. Ginger often used performance itself as a survival tool, slipping into roles, accents, and dramatic poses whenever the castaways needed a plan. That made her a clever symbol of Hollywood illusion inside a sitcom about being trapped far from civilization. After the series, Louise continued working in film and television while gradually distancing herself from the role that had made her famous. By 2026, she is 92 and remains the last surviving original cast member of Gilligan's Island. Ginger Grant still glows with vintage television glamour, a reminder of a time when even shipwrecked stars never lost their sense of style. And that's the story of Gilligan's Island. Then and now, a simple 3-hour tour that became a lifetime of television nostalgia. Some of these stars became comedy legends. Some left us with unforgettable memories. And one island somehow kept generations laughing long after the SS Minnow first washed ashore. Which cast member surprised you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments. And if you enjoyed this trip back to classic Hollywood television, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us again on Hollywood 1960s. Fawlty Towers isn't just a sitcom. It's a pressure cooker, a tiny hotel, a fragile ego, and one wrong guest away from disaster. But behind the laughter are stories that hit harder in 2026. Legends who became immortal. Careers that quietly reshaped British comedy, and goodbye moments that make rewatches sting. Today, we step back into Torquay and see where the cast ended up when the doors finally closed. Basil Fawlty, the hotel manager who turns embarrassment into a full-body sport, was portrayed by John Cleese. He was born on October the 27th, 1939, in Weston-super-Mare, England, and was 36 when Fawlty Towers began in 1975. Basil is funny because he's fragile. Every guest feels like an insult, every mistake a public execution. Cleese plays him like a man trying to stay above everyone while panic drags him back down. And that tension is why it still hurts to watch in the best way. The show's legacy became historic, winning BAFTA TV awards, and Cleese himself won the BAFTA for Best Entertainment Performance for Basil. What makes Basil immortal is the human truth underneath the farce, the fear of being ordinary, the terror of losing face, the desperation to be respected when you don't even respect yourself. Cleese's career, of course, is bigger than one hotel. Monty Python, A Fish Called Wanda, with major awards recognition, and even an Emmy win for Cheers, prove how wide his range runs. By 2026, Cleese is 86, and Basil still feels like a warning wrapped in laughter. If pride is your religion, every day becomes a disaster you have to explain. Sybil Fawlty, the elegant co-owner who controls the hotel with a single word, Basil, was portrayed by Prunella Scales. She was born on June 22, 1932, in Sutton Abinger, Surrey, England, and was 43 when the series began. Sybil doesn't dominate by shouting, she dominates by aiming. One line, one look, and Basil collapses like a man caught stealing his own dignity. Scales makes it funny, but never hollow. You can sense the exhausted intelligence beneath the cruelty. Like she's been managing chaos for so long, she's learned efficiency is the only mercy. Off-screen, Scales had a long, respected career, and later became widely admired for speaking openly about living with dementia, even continuing to share parts of that journey publicly with her husband, Timothy West. She died on October 27, 2025, aged 93, and fans can't shake the tenderness of one detail reported at the time. She had been watching Fawlty Towers the day before she passed. By 2026, rewatches land differently. Sybil's jokes still cut, but now the laughter carries the ache of goodbye. Manuel, the well-meaning Spanish waiter who gets trapped between his limited English and Basil's limitless rage, was portrayed by Andrew Sachs. He was born on April 7, 1930, in Berlin, Germany, and was 45 when Fawlty Towers began in 1975. Manuel isn't funny because he's stupid. He's funny because he's earnest. He tries so hard to do the right thing. And the harder he tries, the more the hotel collapses around him. Sachs plays him with real heart under the slapstick, wide-eyed loyalty, sudden panic, and that childlike hope that today might finally be calm, even though the audience knows it won't be. And somehow that's what makes Manuel quietly painful too. Because he's the character who keeps getting blamed for disasters he didn't create. After the show, Sachs remained a beloved presence in British entertainment, but time turned his story bittersweet. He passed away on November 23, 2016 at 86, after vascular dementia. In 2026, Manuel's scenes land like a time capsule of comedy that would never be written the same way again. Yet Sachs's performance still feels human, and that humanity is why the laughs haven't died. Major Gowan, the eccentric retired officer drifting through the hotel like a ghost of the old empire, was portrayed by Ballard Berkeley. He was born on August 6, 1904, in Royal Tunbridge Wells, England, and was 71 when he first took on the role. The Major's comedy is uncomfortable on purpose, rambling war stories, misplaced confidence, and outdated views delivered with cheery certainty. Berkeley plays him with wide-eyed confusion and endearing warmth, so the character becomes a living prop of nostalgia, charming, embarrassing, and impossible to ignore. In the background of Basil's class obsession, the Major is the ideal guest Basil thinks he wants, until the reality arrives and won't stop talking. Berkeley's presence adds a distinctly British layer to the hotel's atmosphere, like the building itself is haunted by history. He died on January 16, 1988 at 83. In 2026, the Major remains a reminder of what Fawlty Towers did so well. It made comedy out of social tension, without pretending the tension wasn't real. Terry, the laid-back and sarcastic chef who keeps the kitchen running while Basil loses his mind, was portrayed by Brian Hall. He was born on November 20th, 1937 in Brighton, England, and was 42 when he took on the role. Terry is the show's grounded counterweight, the man who understands that food, work, and reality don't care about Basil's ego. His dry wit lands because it's the voice of someone who's seen chaos so often, it no longer surprises him. Hall plays Terry with a gruff calm that makes the hotel feel real. There are employees here, not just punchlines. And when Terry clashes with Basil, it feels like the working class finally answering back to a man who thinks manners are more important than competence. Hall continued working, but his life ended too soon. He died of cancer on September 17, 1997, at 59. In 2026, Terry's scenes hit with a quiet respect, because every farce needs one person who can see the truth and survive it long enough to comment. Alice, the cheerful guest whose warmth briefly softens the hotel's usual madness, was portrayed by Una Stubbs. She was born on May 1, 1937, in Welwyn Garden City, Hertfordshire, England, and was 42 when she appeared. In a show built on irritation and collapse, Alice arrives like a small pocket of sunlight, good-natured, sincere, and oddly calming, which only makes Basil's frantic energy look even more ridiculous. Stubbs had that rare gift of making a brief appearance feel like a real person passing through, not a guest star doing a bit. Her career stretched widely across British television, theater, and film, and later generations came to know her again through Sherlock as Mrs. Hudson. Proof that some performers don't age out, they evolve into institutions. Stubbs died on August 12, 2021, at 84. In 2026, her presence in Fawlty Towers feels like a reminder that even in the noisiest comedy, a gentle human moment can still be the thing you remember most. Kurt, the eccentric chef who turns gourmet night into controlled chaos, was portrayed by Steve Plitus. He was born on January 9, 1913 in Constantinople, now Istanbul, and was 62 when he took on the role. Kurt enters like a ticking clock, dramatic, emotional, and wildly unpredictable. And the episode's comedy comes from watching Basil attempt to impress high society, while his own hired genius melts down in real time. Plitus plays Kurt with full commitment, making the character both hilarious and faintly tragic, like an artist who can't stay sober long enough to hold the moment. Known for playing European characters across British film and television, Plitus brings authenticity to the chaos. He doesn't feel invented, he feels discovered. He died on December 27, 1994, at 81. In 2026, Kurt remains a symbol of Fawlty Towers at its sharpest. One elegant plan, one fragile ego, and one unpredictable human factor that ruins everything and makes it unforgettable. Mr. Johnston, the demanding, short-tempered guest who adds pressure like a weight on Basil's chest, was portrayed by Terence Connolly. He was born on October 25, 1919, in Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, England, and was 56 when he appeared. What makes Johnston memorable is how real his impatience feels. He's not eccentric, he's just fed up, and that normal anger becomes gasoline in a hotel already soaked in panic. Connolly plays him with a hard-edged realism that sharpens the farce. When someone like Johnston is in the room, Basil can't hide behind jokes, and the service disaster becomes painfully believable. Connolly's long career across British television and theater gave him that authority. He doesn't need to perform outrage, he simply arrives with it. He died on April 7, 2016 at 96. In 2026, Johnston still represents one of the show's best tricks. It didn't need wild characters to create chaos. Sometimes all it needed was a normal man refusing to tolerate incompetence. Mr. Hutchinson, the overly talkative spoon salesman who drives Basil to the edge, was portrayed by Bernard Cribbins. He was born on December 29, 1928, in Oldham, Lancashire, England, and was 47 when he took on the role. Hutchinson is comedy built from politeness, turned into torture, endless chatter, misplaced confidence, and that cheerful persistence that makes you want to scream, all delivered with a smile that never drops. Cribben's genius is that he never plays the character as malicious. He plays him as harmless, which makes Basil's rage feel even uglier and therefore funnier. Beyond Fawlty Towers, Cribbens became a beloved staple of British entertainment, spanning generations through iconic work in children's television and later a warmly received turn in Doctor Who. He died on July 27, 2022, at 93. In 2026, Hutchinson still feels like the kind of guest you can't forget, because we've all met someone like him, and we've all had to pretend we're fine. Lord Melbury, the polished aristocrat who walks into Fawlty Towers and instantly hypnotizes Basil with status, was portrayed by Michael Gwynne. He was born on November 30th, 1916, in Bath, Somerset, England, and was 59 when he played the role in the pilot. Melbury works because he's exactly what Basil worships: a title, a tone, a sense of class that Basil believes will elevate the hotel by osmosis. And then the rug is pulled. He's a con man, and Basil's hunger to be accepted becomes the very weakness that gets exploited. Gwynne balances elegance with sly menace so perfectly that the episode feels like the show's mission statement. In this hotel, pride is always the first victim. His life ended shockingly soon after the series began. He died of a heart attack on January 29, 1976, at 59. By 2026, he would have been 109, and that contrast still stings, because the man who helped launch one of Britain's greatest comedies barely got to see its legend grow. André, the calm and professional maître d', who makes Basil look even more unhinged by simply doing his job correctly, was portrayed by André Morin. He was born on May 12, 1926, in Toulouse, France, and was 49 when he appeared. In Gourmet Night, André is the quiet humiliation Basil can't defeat, courteous, competent, and effortlessly in control, while Basil spirals, trying to impress people who are never going to respect him anyway. Morin's charm is subtle. He doesn't chase laughs. He lets Basil chase dignity and lose. That's why André is memorable despite limited screen time. He represents a version of hospitality Basil desperately wants to fake, but can't. Morin carried that elegant, steady presence through a long acting career, and he lived to see the show become immortal. He died of natural causes on April 12, 2021, at 94. And by 2026, he would have been 100, making him one of the rare links between the era that created Fawlty Towers and the audiences still discovering it like brand new chaos. Dr. Price, the gruff guest whose breakfast complaints become a tiny war, was portrayed by Geoffrey Palmer. He was born on June 4, 1927, in London, England, and was 52 when he took on the role. Dr. Price isn't a funny character in the usual way. He's funny because he's real. He wants his kippers, he wants basic competence, and he's furious that the hotel treats normal service like an impossible request. Palmer's gift is deadpan irritation that never feels forced, and his presence intensifies the farce by grounding it. When someone this ordinary is angry, you realize Basil's hotel isn't quirky, it's broken. Outside Fawlty Towers, Palmer became a beloved staple of British television, known for a long, distinguished career with major roles in As Time Goes By and The Fall and Rise of Reginald Perrin. He died on November 5, 2020, at 93, and by 2026, he would have been 99. Proof that some actors don't need big screen time to leave a permanent bruise of laughter. Mr. Johnson, the charming rule breaker who sneaks a woman into his room and turns Basil into a moral policeman, was portrayed by Nicky Henson. He was born on May 12, 1945, in London, England, and was 34 when he appeared. Johnson is the kind of guest Basil can't control, confident, flirtatious, and quick enough to make Basil look foolish at every turn. The comedy lands because Basil wants authority so badly, but Johnson treats authority like a joke and wins simply by not caring. Henson plays him with a smoothness that feels dangerous in a hotel run on anxiety. He's the spark that makes Basil's obsession with rules look like desperation. Henson had a long career across British stage and screen, and his legacy lives in the ease he brought to characters who could turn a room upside down with a grin. He died of cancer on December 15, 2019 at 74, and by 2026 he would have been 81, still remembered as the guy who proved Basil's greatest enemy wasn't a crisis. It was a guest who refused to be intimidated. Mr. Harry Hamilton, the loud American guest who demands service like it's a constitutional right, was portrayed by Bruce Boa. He was born on July 10, 1930, in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and was 49 when he took on the role. Hamilton's scenes are iconic because they expose Basil's deepest insecurity. He wants to look sophisticated, but the moment someone challenges him directly, he becomes petty and combative. The culture clash is funny, yes, but the real punch is that Basil can't simply give the man what he wants. He'd rather fight than serve, because serving feels like losing. Boa's booming presence makes Hamilton unforgettable. He's not just a complaining guest, he's a force Basil can't shrink with sarcasm. Boa worked widely across British comedy and Hollywood projects, building a career on authority and volume, traits that made this guest role feel huge. He died of natural causes on April 17, 2004, at 73, and by 2026, he would have been 96, forever frozen in that moment where Basil's pride meets a customer who refuses to back down. Mrs. Richards, the hard-of-hearing guest who turns a simple hotel stay into a slow-motion disaster, was portrayed by Joan Sanderson. She was born on November 24, 1912, in Bristol, England, and was 67 when she played the role. Mrs. Richards is comedy built from miscommunication and stubborn certainty. She can't hear, she assumes the worst, and Basil loses his mind trying to manage someone who lives inside her own version of reality. Sanderson's brilliance is that she never plays her as silly. She plays her as absolutely convinced she's right. That conviction makes Basil's frustration both hilarious and painfully familiar. Like watching someone argue with the universe and lose, Sanderson had a respected career across stage, film, and television, bringing a professional weight to characters that could have been one note. She died of natural causes on May 24, 1992, at 79, and by 2026, she would have been 113, an almost unbelievable number that matches the character's timeless energy. Unmovable, unforgettable, and still making audiences laugh decades later. Mr. Carnegie, the stern health inspector who arrives at the worst possible moment and watches Basil attempt to hide disaster, was portrayed by John Quarmby. He was born on June 18, 1929, in Liverpool, England, and was 50 when he took on the role. Carnegie is funny because he doesn't try to be. He's straight lines and serious eyes in a building where reality collapses every 5 minutes. The more Basil performs innocence, the more Carnegie's disgust grows, and that slow rise is the tension that makes the episode crackle. Quarmby plays him with clipped authority, the kind of man who doesn't need to shout to terrify Basil. The clipboard does the shouting. Afterward, Quarmby remained a familiar face in British television. One of those character actors whose presence instantly raises stakes. He died on April 5, 2019 at 89, and by 2026 he would have been 96, still remembered as the man who walked into faulty towers and made the hotel's filth feel like a public scandal. O'Reilly, the lazy Irish builder hired to renovate secretly and predictably wreck everything, was portrayed by David Kelly. He was born on July 11, 1929, in Dublin, Ireland, and was 46 when he played the role. O'Reilly is the nightmare contractor, cutting corners, dodging responsibility, and smiling like it's all harmless, while Basil's plan collapses into dust. Kelly's performance is gold because it feels real. We've all met someone who promises it'll be grand while your walls fall down. The episode works as a cruel joke about control. Basil tries to manage optics, and the builders expose the truth. He can't even manage his own building. Kelly went on to a celebrated career across Irish and British film and television, beloved for warmth and comic timing that could turn a small moment into a full story. He died of pneumonia on February 12, 2012, at 82, and by 2026 he would have been 96, still leaving behind the kind of character that makes audiences laugh, because it's too close to real life. Mr. Walt, the sharp-tongued guest whose calm suspicion sends Basil into paranoid meltdown, was portrayed by James Cossins. He was born on December 4, 1933 in Beckenham, Kent, England, and was 42 when he took on the role. Walt doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. His unimpressed stare and clipped questions are enough to make Basil catastrophize, proving again that Basil's biggest enemy is his own imagination. Cossins plays Walt with surgical deadpan, like a man who has seen incompetence before and refuses to be charmed by it. That's what makes him dangerous in Basil's world. He cannot be fooled. Cossins had a strong career across British comedy and drama, often bringing authority and edge to supporting roles. He died of heart failure on February 12, 1997 at 63, and by 2026 he would have been 92. Yet his brief appearance still feels like a lesson in the show's craft. Sometimes the funniest character is the one who barely reacts at all. Danny Brown, the smooth-talking friend from Basil's past who arrives with charm, mystery, and bad timing, was portrayed by Robin Ellis. He was born on January 8, 1942 in London, England, and was 33 when he appeared. Danny walks into The Anniversary like a shadow Basil doesn't want Sybil to see. Handsome, confident, and just unreliable enough to make every smile feel suspicious. The comedy isn't only what Danny does, it's what Basil becomes around him. Frantic, guilty, and terrified that his past will ruin the performance of respectable husband he's trying to sell. Ellis plays Danny with effortless suavity, adding a film noir hint to a sitcom world. And that tonal shift makes the episode feel richer, like the hotel briefly opens a door into Basil's hidden life. Ellis continued a long career and even later stayed active in writing and voice work. In 2026, he is 84, and Danny Brown remains the kind of guest who leaves a lingering question behind. What if Basil's greatest disasters started long before the hotel ever opened? Polly Sherman, the sensible waitress who seems like the only functioning adult in the building, was portrayed by Connie Booth. She was born on December 2, 1940, in Indianapolis, Indiana, and was 35 when Faulty Towers began in 1975. Polly is the show's secret stabilizer. She translates Manuel, manages Basil, and keeps the hotel from burning down with sheer competence and exhausted charm. But what makes her special is that she isn't written as a saint. Polly's intelligence has bite. She sees the madness clearly and still chooses to help, not because she's naive, but because somebody has to be the grown-up. Booth's performance is quick, dry, and quietly emotional when it needs to be, and it's no accident. She also co-wrote the series, shaping the rhythm of the farce from the inside. After Fawlty Towers, Booth stepped away from the spotlight, later training as a psychotherapist, which feels strangely perfect for someone who spent years treating Basil Fawlty's daily breakdowns. In 2026, she is 85, and Polly remains the character audiences return to when the chaos gets loud, because she represents the fantasy we all want in a crisis. The person who stays calm, thinks clearly, and still finds a way to laugh. And that's the lasting truth of Fawlty Towers. It wasn't about a hotel. It was about pride, panic, and people trying to hold their lives together while everything falls apart. By 2026, some of these faces are gone. Some became legends. And every rewatch hits a little differently, because the laughs are still loud, but the time that passed is louder. If this took you back, like, subscribe and tell us. Which character still makes you laugh the hardest? Basil, Sybil, Manuel, or Polly? Welcome to Hollywood 1960s. Jurassic Park didn't just change cinema. It changed what we feared and what we believed was possible. But behind the roaring dinosaurs were real human stories, careers that exploded into legend, lives cut short far too soon, and choices that reshaped everything after the island went dark. Now in 2026, let's go back to 1993 and see what happened to the cast after the gates closed. Dr. Alan Grant, the fossil-minded skeptic who's forced to become a protector overnight, was portrayed by Sam Neill. He was born on September 14, 1947, in Omagh, Northern Ireland, and was 45 when Jurassic Park shook the world in 1993. Grant's strength isn't macho, it's restraint, the calm eyes that measure danger, the voice that steadies terrified kids, the way fear only shows after he's made sure they're alive. That's why he still hits a nerve. A lot of us know what it's like to feel unprepared, then realize someone smaller is counting on you. After the film, Neill built a career that moved effortlessly between prestige and genre. The Piano, Event Horizon, Dead Calm remaining a cult touchstone, and later acclaimed TV work like Peaky Blinders. He also returned to the franchise decades later, when nostalgia became its own kind of time machine. By 2026, Neill is 78, and his openness about health battles, while continuing to work and live loudly, makes Grant's survival instinct feel even more personal, like a man refusing to be scared into silence. Dr. Ian Malcolm, the chaos theorist who warned the world it was playing God with a loaded ecosystem, was portrayed by Jeff Goldblum. He was born on October 22, 1952, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and was 40 when the film released in 1993. Malcolm didn't just deliver jokes, he delivered prophecy, wrapping dread in charisma, because it's easier to laugh than admit you're terrified. That swagger, the half smile, the "you were so busy thinking if you could" energy became a cultural fingerprint. But what lasts is the message underneath. Life doesn't ask permission before it breaks your plans, and nature always sends the bill. Goldblum's career after Jurassic became a second phenomenon. Iconic turns like The Fly, blockbuster visibility in Independence Day, and a late-era renaissance as a scene-stealing favorite in projects like Thor, Ragnarok, plus a real-world persona that feels oddly comforting, like he's in on the joke but still taking the warning seriously. By 2026, Goldblum is 73, and Malcolm remains one of the rare characters who feels more relevant with time, witty, anxious, and, most unsettlingly, right. Dr. Ellie Sattler, the paleobotanist who stays brave when everyone else starts bargaining with panic, was portrayed by Laura Dern. She was born on February 10, 1967, in Los Angeles, California, and was 26 when the film arrived in 1993. Ellie's heroism is practical. She moves first, thinks fast, and refuses to let fear become a decision maker. That's why she still hits viewers. It's the kind of courage people want in their lives when everything goes wrong. Dern plays Ellie without action movie swagger. She makes intelligence feel physical, like competence can be a weapon. After Jurassic Park, Dern built one of the most prestigious careers of her generation, moving between fearless indie choices and major mainstream work, eventually winning top-tier awards recognition and becoming a symbol of longevity done right. By 2026, Dern is 59, and she still feels like the grown-up version of Ellie, someone who didn't just survive a blockbuster, she used it as a launchpad into a career that kept getting braver. John Hammond, the grandfatherly dreamer who sells wonder like it's harmless, was portrayed by Richard Attenborough. He was born on August 29, 1923 in Cambridge, England, and was 69 when the film released in 1993. Hammond is haunting because he isn't played as evil. He's played as addicted to awe. He believes he's building magic, and that belief is exactly what blinds him to consequence. Attenborough's performance makes the tragedy sharper. You can feel Hammond's sincerity, which means the disaster feels like a moral failure, not just a monster attack. Off-screen, Attenborough's legend goes far beyond one role. He was a towering actor and an acclaimed director whose work shaped modern cinema, and his name carried a kind of old-school authority. He died in 2014 at 90, and watching Hammond now feels different. The smile looks like denial, the warmth feels like a warning, and the dream feels like the first domino that always falls. Robert Muldoon, the game warden who respects predators more than he fears them, was portrayed by Bob Peck. He was born on August 23, 1945 in Leeds, England, and was 47 when Jurassic Park hit in 1993. Muldoon becomes the film's quiet truth teller. He knows the raptors aren't assets, they're perfect hunters, and you can't negotiate with instinct. Peck plays him with steel and restraint. No big speeches, just a professional reading the situation and realizing the park is already lost. Muldoon's lines became iconic because they sound like experience, not script. After the film, Peck continued working with the dignity of a true character actor, but his life ended far too soon. He died in 1999 at 54. That loss still stings, because Muldoon feels like the one man who understood the danger completely. And the film's cruelty is that understanding doesn't save you when nobody listens. Donald Gennaro, the lawyer sent to protect the investors, was portrayed by Martin Ferrero. He was born on September 29, 1947, in Brockport, New York, and was 45 when the film released in 1993. People remember him for fear, but the character's real function is deeper. Gennaro represents the corporate instinct to deny risk until it's too late. Ferrero plays him like a real man trapped inside an unreal nightmare. His panic isn't comic, it's human. And that's why the scene lands. In a movie full of dinosaurs, he's the reminder that the scariest thing is often incompetence wrapped in authority. Ferrero kept working steadily for decades, one of those familiar faces who makes worlds feel populated and believable. By 2026, he is 78, and his legacy in this film is oddly essential. When audiences rewatch, they don't just see a coward. They see the human cost of arrogance that wears a suit. Dr. Henry Wu, the geneticist whose work makes the miracle possible and the catastrophe inevitable, was portrayed by B.D. Wong. He was born on October 24, 1960 in San Francisco, California, and was 32 in 1993. Wu is terrifying because he's calm. He speaks like a scientist who believes the math is beautiful, even if the ethics are messy. Wong gives Wu quiet confidence, and that tiny dose of arrogance becomes one of the franchise's biggest themes. The danger isn't the dinosaur, It's the human urge to improve life until it breaks. Wong's career after Jurassic Park became a masterclass in range and longevity, with acclaimed work across stage and television, and later high-profile returns that turned Wu into a long-running thread of the saga. By 2026, Wong is 65, and Wu feels more relevant than ever, because he embodies the modern fear that science can outrun wisdom, and the bill always comes due. Tim Murphy, the dinosaur-obsessed little brother who becomes the audience's wide-eyed witness, was portrayed by Joseph Mazzello. He was born on September 21, 1983 in Providence, Rhode Island, and was 9 when the film released in 1993. Tim's excitement makes the wonder real. The first Brachiosaurus moment lands through his face. But the film also uses him to show trauma. The thrill flips into terror fast, and Mazzello sells that shift without ever feeling fake. After Jurassic Park, he kept acting, then built a second life in grown-up roles, proving he wasn't just a child star preserved in amber. By 2026, he is 42, and many viewers recognize him from acclaimed later work, including playing John Deacon in Bohemian Rhapsody. Tim's legacy is the childhood heartbeat of the movie, the kid who reminds us why we wanted dinosaurs, and why we should have been careful what we wished for. Dennis Nedry, the sabotage engine who turns a bad day into a mass extinction event, was portrayed by Wayne Knight. He was born on August 7, 1955 in New York City, and was 38 when the film released in 1993. Nedry works because he's not a supervillain. He's a bitter employee who feels underpaid, overlooked, and entitled to take what he's owed. That's what makes him scary. He's ordinary. Knight plays him with sweat, sarcasm, and rising panic, letting greed feel pathetic rather than glamorous. After the film, Knight stayed prolific across film, television, and voice work, becoming one of those actors whose presence instantly signals comedy, even when the scene is lethal. By 2026, he is 70, and Nedry remains the character audiences love to hate because he represents a truth that hurts. Sometimes disaster isn't caused by monsters, it's caused by one person having a bad plan and no conscience. Ray Arnold, the cool-headed engineer trying to hold a collapsing system together, was portrayed by Samuel L. Jackson. He was born on December 21, 1948, in Washington, D.C., and was 44 when the film released in 1993. Arnold's calm voice and steady authority make him feel like competence personified. The guy who should be able to fix this until you realize the park is beyond repair. Jackson doesn't overplay it. He makes Arnold feel like a professional, trapped inside someone else's arrogance. After Jurassic Park, Jackson became one of the most iconic actors on Earth, stacking legendary roles, franchises, and cultural catchphrases until his name became shorthand for screen presence itself. By 2026, he is 77, and rewatching Arnold is almost surreal. You're watching a superstar before the world fully crowned him. His legacy here is the quiet tragedy of capability meeting chaos and losing anyway. Juanito Rostaño, the field worker swallowed by the park's danger early on, was portrayed by Miguel Sandoval. He was born on November 16, 1951, in Washington, D.C., and was 41 when the film released in 1993. It's a smaller role, but it matters. Juanito's fate is the first hard proof that this isn't a playful experiment. It's a lethal environment, pretending to be entertainment. Sandoval gives the moment real human weight, which helps the film's stakes click into place. After Jurassic Park, Sandoval became a familiar, respected character actor across television and film, often playing authority figures with warmth and realism. By 2026, he is 74, and his presence in the movie is part of what makes the opening still so effective. The danger doesn't start with the heroes. It starts with the workers nobody remembers, and that truth makes the story hit harder. Dr. Lewis Dodgson, the corporate predator behind the park's theft, was portrayed by Cameron Thor. He was born on March 14, 1953 in Los Angeles, California, and was 39 when the film released in 1993. Dodgson appears briefly, but his role is huge. He's the smiling face of sabotage, the man who treats science and ethics like obstacles. Thor plays him with casual arrogance, which makes him feel more dangerous than a cackling villain, because he acts like this is normal business. After the film, Thor's life took a darker, more tragic turn, with serious legal troubles that reshaped how many viewers perceive him, and his career never carried the same mainstream trajectory again. By 2026, he is 72, and Dodgson remains a chilling reminder that greed doesn't need claws. Sometimes it just needs a briefcase, a grin, and the belief that consequences happen to other people. Mr. DNA, the cheerful animated guide who explains the science like a theme park commercial, was voiced by Greg Burson. He was born on November 13, 1948, in North Hollywood, California, and was 44 when the film released in 1993. Mr. DNA is tiny screen time with massive impact. He makes the impossible feel friendly, which is exactly the trap Hammond sells. Wonder packaged like a product. Burson was a prolific voice actor whose work stretched across animation, commercials, and character voices that lived in the background of many childhoods. He died in 2008 at 59. That's part of the film's bittersweet magic. The voice that helped sell us the dream didn't get to see how long the franchise would last. Mr. DNA remains the smiling face of the lie, proof that the scariest dangers often arrive wearing a friendly mascot. Joffrey Brown, the worker caught in the opening attack that sets the entire nightmare in motion, was played by Joffrey Brown. He was born on January 14, 1956 in California, and was 36 when the film released in 1993. It's a brief appearance, but it's the spark that ignites everything, because once you've seen that crate shaking and heard the panic, you understand the park is already broken. Brown also worked behind the scenes as a crew member and production assistant on major films, living the unglamorous side of Hollywood that audiences rarely think about. He died in 2014 at 69. That detail lands hard on rewatch. The first man we see harmed by Jurassic Park's dream was played by someone whose real career was built on making other people's movies happen. His legacy is a reminder that every blockbuster is held up by workers, on screen and off. Volunteer Boy, the kid picked for Hammond's harmless shock demo, was portrayed by Whit Hertford. He was born on November 2, 1977 in the United States, and was 13 when the film released in 1993. It's a tiny moment, but it sticks. The nervous smile, the seatbelt restraint, the little gasp. Like the movie is warning you early that this park enjoys control. Hartford's brief scene became an unforgettable punctuation mark in pop culture, the kind of moment people quote without remembering the character's name. After the film, he stepped away from acting and lived a more private life, which only adds to the mystery that fans love to revisit. By 2026, he is 48, remembered as the kid who accidentally became the audience for the first safety demonstration of a dream that was never safe. Dr. Harding, the park's veterinarian, was portrayed by Jerry Molen. He was born on July 17, 1935 in Great Falls, Montana, and was 45 when the film released in 1993. Harding is another small role with big meaning. He represents the professionals who know the animals are real, dangerous, and suffering under human ambition. Molin's larger story, though, sits behind the camera. He was an acclaimed producer and production manager, winning one of cinema's highest honors as an Academy Award-winning producer for Schindler's List. By 2026, he is 91, and his presence in Jurassic Park feels like a quiet bridge between two sides of filmmaking: the blockbuster spectacle audiences remember, and the award-winning craft that built Spielberg's legacy across genres. Lex Murphy, the terrified but brilliant granddaughter who's forced to grow up in hours, was portrayed by Ariana Richards. She was born on September 11, 1979, in Healdsburg, California, and was 13 when the film released in 1993. Lex begins as anxious, overwhelmed, and very real, then becomes essential. She's the proof that survival isn't always strength. Sometimes it's intelligence under pressure, hands shaking while you type anyway. Richards plays Lex like an actual kid, fear first, bravery second, and that honesty is why viewers still connect to her decades later. After the film, Richards stepped away from constant acting and built a quieter creative life, focusing on art and choosing privacy over Hollywood's noise. By 2026, she is 46, and Lex's legacy remains strangely emotional. She's the childhood part of the movie that reminds adults what panic feels like, and what courage looks like when you don't feel courageous at all. And that's the truth behind Jurassic Park. The dinosaurs were unforgettable, but it was the people who made the fear feel real. By 2026, some cast members became icons, some kept working quietly, and some are gone, turning every rewatch into something heavier than pure nostalgia. If this took you back, like, subscribe, and tell us, which character still gives you chills? Grant, Malcolm, or Ellie? Seinfeld wasn't just a sitcom. It was a cultural weapon, turning the tiniest social annoyances into comedy history. But in 2026, the cast's real stories hit differently. Award-winning careers, quiet disappearances, and legacies that outlived the show about nothing. So where did they all end up after the last diner coffee and the final punchline? Jerry Seinfeld, the witty stand-up at the center of Seinfeld, was portrayed by Jerry Seinfeld himself. He was born on April 29, 1954, in Brooklyn, New York, and was 35 when the series began in 1989. Playing a fictional version of his own persona, he turned tiny social annoyances into comedy, dating disasters, petty rules, and everyday awkwardness. In 2026, he turned 72, and his post-Seinfeld legacy is still built on stand-up, major writing and producing work, and pop culture staples like comedians in cars getting coffee, proof the show about nothing launched a career that never stopped moving. Cosmo Kramer, the unpredictable neighbor who burst through Jerry's door like a human tornado, was portrayed by Michael Richards. He was born on July 24, 1949, in Culver City, California, and was 40 when the series began in 1989. Kramer's greatness was physical, wild entrances, slapstick precision, and a face that could turn confusion into genius in one beat. Richards won 3 Emmy Awards for the role, locking Kramer into sitcom history. In 2026, he turned 77, and while he's kept a lower public profile since the show ended, his legacy remains tied to one of television's most original comedic performances, still quoted, still copied, never duplicated. George Costanza, the anxious schemer who turned self-sabotage into an art form, was portrayed by Jason Alexander. He was born on September 23, 1959, in Newark, New Jersey, and was 30 when Seinfeld began in 1989. George's lies, petty victories, and constant panic made him painfully relatable, and Alexander's timing gave the character a weird dignity even at his worst. In 2026, he is 66, and his career has stayed busy beyond sitcom fame, with major stage work, directing, voice acting, and later TV roles that proved he was far more than one iconic bald man with a bad plan. Ruthie Cohen, the quiet cashier at Monk's who became a comforting, always-there presence, was portrayed by Ruth Cohen. She was born on April 26, 1930, in Los Angeles, California, and was 62 when she first appeared in 1992. She rarely spoke, yet her steady reactions made the diner feel real, like New York kept moving even when the main characters spiraled. Her consistency turned her into a hidden fan favorite, appearing in over 100 episodes and becoming part of the show's texture. She died on August 23, 2008 at 78, but her legacy is proof that even silence can become iconic. Newman, Jerry's greatest petty rival and the most dramatic mailman in TV history, was portrayed by Wayne Knight. He was born on August 7, 1955, in Cartersville, Georgia, and was 37 when he first appeared in 1992. Knight made every entrance feel like a villain's reveal: swagger, booming voice, and ridiculous devotion to the Postal Service. In 2026, he is 70, and he has stayed prolific in film, television, and voice work, proving he wasn't just Newman. He's one of those actors who can elevate any comedy by simply walking into frame. Susan Ross, the fiancée fate seemed determined to punish, was portrayed by Heidi Swedberg. She was born on March 3, 1966, in Honolulu, Hawaii, and was 26 when she first appeared in 1992. Susan started as capable and normal, then became the most famously doomed partner in sitcom history, with an ending so dark it became pop culture legend. In 2026, she is 60, and her life after the show shifted away from constant acting. She pursued music and performance on her own terms, building a different kind of creative identity beyond television, one that feels quieter but more personal. Estelle Costanza, the explosive mother whose yelling could shake walls, was portrayed by Estelle Harris. She was born on April 22, 1928, in New York City, and was 64 when she first appeared in 1992, arriving like a hurricane and instantly upgrading Georgia's misery into something mythic. Her shrieks, guilt trips, and chaotic love-hate marriage with Frank became comedy gold. Harris also became widely known for voice work, including a beloved animated mother role that introduced her to new generations. She died on April 2, 2022, at 93, but her legacy remains one of TV's most unforgettable sitcom mothers. Frank Costanza, the unpredictable father who could turn breakfast into a war, was portrayed by Jerry Stiller. He was born on June 8, 1927, in Brooklyn, New York, and was 66 when he first appeared in 1993. Stiller's genius was controlled chaos, rage, passion, invention, creating moments like Festivus that became permanent cultural language. In 2026, his absence still feels loud. Stiller died on May 11, 2020, at 92. His legacy lives in every sitcom dad who shouts like the world is ending and somehow makes it hilarious. Helen Seinfeld, Jerry's doting and defensive mother, was portrayed by Liz Sheridan. She was born on April 10, 1929, in Rye, New York, and was 61 when she first appeared in 1990. Helen's sweetness was never bland. She could nag lovingly, guilt gently, and protect Jerry like he was still 12. Her chemistry with Morty made the family scenes feel like real parents dropped into absurd situations. Sheridan died on April 15, 2022, at 93. Yet her legacy remains a warm reminder that Seinfeld could be sharp without losing heart. J. Peterman, the catalog king who spoke like every sentence was a novel, was portrayed by John O'Hurley. He was born on October 9, 1954, in Kittery, Maine, and was 41 when he first appeared in 1995. Peterman's poetic monologues and bizarre business choices made Elaine's workplace feel like its own surreal universe. In 2026, O'Hurley is 71, and he's remained active across acting, hosting, writing, and voice work. One of those performers whose voice alone can sell a joke before the punchline arrives. Morty Seinfeld, the stubborn, thrifty father who could turn a bargain into a battle, was portrayed by Barney Martin. He was born on March 3, 1923 in Queens, New York, and was 68 when he took over the role in 1991. Morty's condo board wars, beltless raincoat obsession, and constant bickering with Helen became a second engine of comedy inside the show. Martin's delivery made every complaint feel righteous. He died on March 21, 2005 at 82, but his legacy remains the blueprint for sitcom dads who treat petty problems like life-or-death missions. Uncle Leo, the loud and meddling relative who could weaponize affection, was portrayed by Len Lesser. He was born on December 3, 1922, in New York City, and was 69 when he first appeared in 1991. His Jerry Hello became a catchphrase because he delivered it like a siren: love, accusation, and entitlement all at once. In 2026, the character still pops into fans' heads like an unwanted voicemail. Lesser died on February 16, 2011, at 88. His legacy is proof that one recurring role can become eternal in comedy history. Mr. Wilhelm, George's eccentric Yankees boss, who treated reality like a conspiracy, was portrayed by Richard Hurd. He was born on September 26, 1932, in Boston, Massachusetts, and was 63 when he began the role in 1995. Wilhelm's confusion, paranoia, and sudden mood swings made George's workplace storylines feel like a different kind of madness: corporate absurdity with a straight face. Hurd's long career stretched across film and TV, often playing authority figures with odd edges. He died on May 26, 2020, at 87, leaving behind one of the show's strangest and most perfectly cast bosses. Lipman, Elaine's no-nonsense publishing boss, was portrayed by Richard Fancy. He was born on August 2, 1943, in Evanston, Illinois, and was 48 when he first appeared in 1991. Lipman's humor came from restraint, corporate seriousness colliding with Elaine's chaos, whether he was firing her or getting dragged into some bizarre workplace trend. In 2026, he is 82, and Fancy remains active, remembered as one of the show's best straight men, the kind of character who makes the madness funnier by refusing to laugh first. David Putty, Elaine's deadpan on and off boyfriend, was portrayed by Patrick Warburton. He was born on November 14, 1964, in Paterson, New Jersey, and was 31 when he first appeared in 1995. Putty's blank stare, strange confidence, and sudden bursts of passion made him unforgettable, like a human shrug with a heartbeat. In 2026, Warburton is 61, and his career has exploded far beyond Seinfeld through major voice roles and sitcom work. But Putty remains the perfect example of how saying almost nothing can still steal a scene. Justin Pitt, Elaine's wealthy and wildly demanding boss, was portrayed by Ian Abercrombie. He was born on September 11, 1934, in Grays, Essex, England, and was 60 when he first appeared in 1994. Pitt's aristocratic weirdness, pretzels, socks, bizarre rules, made Elaine's work life feel like a polite nightmare. Abercrombie's refined delivery turned nonsense into elegance. He died on January 26, 2012 at 77 from kidney failure. But his legacy remains a masterclass in making a recurring character feel instantly iconic with nothing but voice and posture. Kenny Bania, the overeager comedian who tried too hard and somehow kept winning, was portrayed by Steve Heitner. He was born on September 28, 1959 in Long Island, New York, and was 35 when he first appeared in 1994. Bania's forced jokes and relentless optimism made him the perfect irritation to Jerry's sharper style, especially with that immortal, "That's gold, Jerry." In 2026, Heitner is 66, still active in comedy and acting, and Bania remains a hilarious reminder that the most annoying people often survive longest. Mickey Abbott, Kramer's fiery friend with a chaotic work life, was portrayed by Danny Woodburn. He was born on July 26, 1964, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 30 when he first appeared in 1994. Mickey's odd jobs and dramatic personality gave Kramer storylines extra spark, and Woodburn's energy made him feel like a real New Yorker, not a gimmick. In 2026, Woodburn is 61, known not only for acting but for advocacy as well, carrying his visibility into work that matters beyond sitcom laughs. Russell Dalrymple, the NBC executive who spirals from professional to obsessed, was portrayed by Bob Balaban. He was born on August 16, 1945, in Chicago, Illinois, and was 47 when he first appeared in 1992. Balaban plays Russell with polished calm that slowly cracks, turning a corporate storyline into something darkly absurd. In 2026, he is 80, and his career remains prolific across acting, directing, and producing, proving that even a short Seinfeld arc can be elevated into something unforgettable when a true character actor is driving it. Elaine Benz, the sharp, unpredictable force who refused to be the girlfriend, was portrayed by Julia Louis-Dreyfus. She was born on January 13, 1961 in New York City, and was 29 when she joined in 1990. Elaine's confidence, messy love life, and fearless comedy changed the show's chemistry. She could outfight the guys verbally and still be the funniest person in the room. In 2026, she is 65, and her post-Seinfeld legacy is legendary, crowned by awards and critical acclaim for Veep, plus a long run as one of comedy's most respected leading women. And that's the thing about Seinfeld. It ended, but it never really left. In 2026, the cast's paths split. Some became award-winning giants, some stayed quieter, and every rerun still feels weirdly modern. If this took you back, like, subscribe, and tell us, which character is the most unforgettable to you? Jerry, George, Elaine, or Kramer? 2.5 Men didn't just run for years. It exploded, then imploded, then somehow kept breathing. One cast member became an Emmy-winning sitcom legend. Another became a tabloid hurricane the world couldn't stop watching. And the kid millions laughed at grew up, walked away, and left a hole the show never truly filled. Now in 2026, we rewind the Malibu Beach House. The shocking changes, the scandals, the awards, and the real lives behind the laughs. Alan Harper, the endlessly stressed yet weirdly resilient backbone of 2.5 Men, was brought to life by John Cryer. He was born on April 16, 1965 in New York City, and was 38 when the series began in 2003. Alan is a divorced chiropractor clinging to dignity while sleeping in his brother's Malibu beach house, juggling alimony, fatherhood, and one humiliating relationship after another. And the funny thing is, most of us didn't laugh at Alan forever. We started laughing with him because we recognized that quiet panic of trying to keep life from collapsing in public. Cryer's brilliance is how he makes Alan pathetic but never disposable. His penny-pinching anxiety hides real tenderness, and his stubborn hope keeps the comedy grounded when the show turns wild. That work paid off with major awards attention. Cryer won 2 Primetime Emmy Awards for playing Alan, including wins in both supporting actor and lead actor categories for the same character. After the show, he proved his range again by stepping into DC TV as Lex Luthor on Supergirl, a reminder that the sad sack could also be genuinely chilling. By 2026, Cryer is 60, and his legacy reads like survival. He outlasted the chaos, carried the series through its biggest shift, and made desperation look weirdly heroic. Berta, the tough, sharp-tongued housekeeper who could cut anyone down with one line, was unforgettable thanks to Conchata Ferrell. She was born on March 28, 1943, in Loudondale, West Virginia, and joined the series at 60, then immediately started stealing scenes from the stars. Berta doesn't work in Charlie's house. She rules it, strolling through Malibu like the floorboards owe her money, armed with cigarette-rough wisdom and a stare that ends arguments. But the secret is her warmth. The sarcasm is armor, and the affection, especially toward Jake, makes her feel like the only adult in the room who actually sees what matters. Ferrell's career stretched across stage and screen long before this sitcom, and she brought that craft to every one-liner, making even silence feel like a punchline. Midway through the show's chaos, she became its spine, reliable, unbothered, and weirdly moral. By 2026, she would have been 83, and her absence still feels like missing furniture in the house. Ferrell died on October 12, 2020, at 77, and reruns now hit with that bittersweet truth. Sometimes the funniest person is also the one you'd trust most. Charlie Harper, the smooth-talking jingle writer who turned a Malibu beach house into a playground, was portrayed by Charlie Sheen. He was born on September 3, 1965 in New York City, and was 38 when the series began in 2003. Charlie's life is built on shortcuts, cocktails, casual flings, and just enough work to keep the money flowing, until Alan and Jake crash into his routine and turn the house into an accidental family. The reason Charlie works is that the charm never feels fake. Even at his most selfish, you catch flashes of real care, especially with Jake. Like the party boy, is haunted by the possibility of being decent. Sheen leaned into the role with a kind of dangerous ease, and the show became a ratings powerhouse, partly because you couldn't look away from that confidence. Off-screen, Sheen's life became its own headline storm. Public meltdowns, medical revelations, and a long, messy conversation about fame and self-destruction. By 2026, Sheen is 61, and Charlie Harper remains frozen in that Malibu light. The guy who made bad choices look hilarious, until you realize the joke was also a warning. Evelyn Harper, the impeccably dressed mother who could compliment you and destroy you in the same breath, was portrayed by Holland Taylor. She was born on January 14, 1943 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was 60 when she first appeared. Evelyn isn't a sitcom mom. She's social status, younger lovers, martinis, and emotional distance delivered with perfect posture. What makes her unforgettable is that Taylor never plays her as a cartoon villain. She plays her as a real woman who's survived by staying untouchable. Evelyn's cruelty lands because it's elegant, and her rare flashes of vulnerability feel like an accident she'd deny immediately. Watching her with Alan and Charlie is like watching two sons beg for warmth and get a design critique instead. By 2026, Taylor is 83, and her career outside this show is stacked with acclaimed work in film, TV, and theater. Proof she's always been bigger than one role. But Evelyn sticks because she feels painfully recognizable. the parent who never says, "I'm proud of you," yet still expects you to keep auditioning for love. Walden Schmidt, the heartbroken billionaire who buys Charlie's house and reshapes the show's second act, was portrayed by Ashton Kutcher. He was born on February 7, 1978, in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and was 33 when he joined in season 9. Walden is rich beyond reason, but emotionally, he's a kid with a fresh wound, sweet, goofy, and constantly confused by normal life. The show's trick here is it doesn't replace Charlie with another Charlie. Walden brings a softer loneliness, and his friendship with Alan becomes the engine. Two men using each other as proof they're not alone. Kutcher plays him with boyish sincerity that makes the later seasons feel like a different flavor of comedy. Less swagger, more vulnerability, trying to laugh itself back to life. Off-screen, Kutcher's life also split into two lanes: acting and producing on one side, tech investing and philanthropy on the other, becoming as known for influence behind the scenes as for his screen persona. By 2026, Kutcher is 48, and Walden remains the rare late-series pivot that actually worked, because it admitted the party couldn't last forever. Judith Harper, Alan's ex-wife and Jake's complicated mother, was portrayed by Maren Hinkle. She was born on March 23, 1966 in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and was 37 when the series began. Judith is sharp, brutal, and endlessly critical. Sometimes it feels like she survives by reminding Alan he's failing. But the longer you watch, the more you see the real ingredient: exhaustion. Co-parenting, resentment, money, disappointment. Judith's bite often reads like someone trying to keep control of a life that stopped being fair a long time ago. Hinkle plays her with realism rather than cruelty for laughs, which is why Judith can be funny and infuriating in the same scene. When she later marries the well-meaning Herb, it adds a strange twist. Alan's nightmare becomes someone else's nice guy problem. By 2026, Hinkle is 60, and her post-sitcom work has earned fresh respect, especially in acclaimed dramatic roles that prove she always had depth under the daggers. Judith remains a reminder that sometimes the villain is just the person who refuses to pretend everything is fine. Rose, the deceptively sweet neighbor who turned obsession into an art form, was portrayed by Melanie Lynskey. She was born on May 16, 1977 in New Plymouth, New Zealand, and was just 26 when she first popped up over Charlie's balcony like a polite nightmare. The genius of Rose is that she never announces herself as dangerous. She smiles, speaks softly, and acts like everything is normal, even when it clearly isn't. Lynskey plays that sincerity so well that the stalking becomes weirdly funny instead of purely terrifying. And that tension is exactly why Rose is iconic. She drifts in and out of the series like fate, showing up whenever Charlie thinks he's safe, reminding him that consequences can wear perfume. Off-screen, Lynskey built an impressive career in independent film and prestige television, winning new audiences with performances that feel intimate and quietly devastating. By 2026, she is 49, and it's almost poetic. The actor who played Malibu's strangest sweetheart became one of the most respected faces in modern drama. Rose remains her most twisted magic trick: unrequited love turned into comedy with teeth. Lindsay McElroy, the fiery single mom who keeps Alan on an emotional roller coaster, was portrayed by Courtney Thorne Smith. She was born on November 8, 1967, in San Francisco, California, and was 43 when she first appeared. Lindsay isn't written like a fantasy. She feels like a real adult who's tired and still trying to believe love can be simple. She drinks wine, tells the truth too loudly, and has almost no patience for Alan's freeloading, yet she keeps letting him back in, like she's arguing with her own instincts. As the mother of Eldridge, she's juggling parenting and romance at the same time, which makes her blow-ups feel earned, not cartoonish. The longer she stays, the more she becomes a mirror. Alan wants comfort, but comfort requires growth, and Alan hates growth. Thorne Smith brings the credibility of earlier TV hits into the role, so Lindsay lands as messy, funny, and painfully human. By 2026, she turns 59, and Lindsay's legacy is that brutally honest truth. Sometimes the person who knows better still hopes anyway. Chelsea, one of the few women who truly challenged Charlie Harper, was portrayed by Jennifer Taylor. She was born on April 19, 1972, in Hoboken, New Jersey, and was 31 when she first appeared. Chelsea doesn't fall for the Malibu mask. She sees the games, calls them out, and forces Charlie to confront commitment like it's a mirror he can't dodge. Their relationship is funny because it's structure versus chaos, but it's also one of the rare times Charlie looks genuinely vulnerable, like he can sense adulthood approaching and doesn't know how to survive it. For a moment, the show feels like it might let him grow up, and that almost is what makes Chelsea unforgettable. Taylor plays her with grounded strength, never begging for sympathy, just demanding honesty. By 2026, Taylor is 54, still working steadily, and Chelsea remains the turning point fans remember, the woman who proved Charlie could change, even if he couldn't hold it. Dr. Herb Melnick, Judith's amiable pediatrician husband, was portrayed by Ryan Stiles. He was born on April 22, 1959, in Seattle, Washington, and was 45 when he joined. Herb is cheerful, slightly clueless, and bizarrely friendly to Alan, the very man Judith seems built to torment, so every family gathering becomes a polite disaster. What makes Herb work is Stiles' improv DNA. Even scripted lines feel loose, like he's discovering the madness in real time. Over time, Herb evolves from the other man into a sympathetic figure, trapped in Judith's orbit the way Alan once was, smiling through damage he doesn't fully see. Stiles brings an effortless charm that keeps Herb from becoming a punchline, and it helps the show's later seasons feel warmer in the middle of the chaos. By 2026, Stiles turns 67, still widely loved for Whose Line Is It Anyway? And decades of comedy craft. Herb's legacy is simple, the nicest guy in the room, trying to stay kind inside someone else's storm. Jenny Harper, Charlie's long-lost daughter, was portrayed by Amber Tamblyn. She was born on May 14, 1983, in Santa Monica, California, and was 30 when she joined. Jenny arrives carrying Charlie's charm and chaos, but through a different lens, drinking, flirting, partying, and refusing moderation like she's trying to prove she belongs in a family that never made space for her. Beneath the wild behavior is a quieter ache, a young woman building identity in the shadow of a father she barely knew. Tamblyn leans fully into the mayhem, yet keeps Jenny strangely relatable, which is hard to do in a show that loves exaggeration. Her presence reshapes the house dynamic, giving Alan a new roommate and Walden a partner in mischief, while also asking a darker question. What does inheritance look like when it's not money, but behavior? By 2026, Tamblyn turns 43, long respected for dramatic work and her creative voice beyond acting. Jenny's legacy is that late series jolt of energy, proof the Harper mess could still surprise you. Zoe, the sharp British lawyer who becomes Walden's most real-world love story, was portrayed by Sophie Winkleman. She was born on August 5, 1980, in London, England, and was 31 when she joined in season 9. Zoe lands differently from the usual Malibu orbit because she isn't chasing money, she's measuring character. As a single mother, she brings grounded adult stakes into a house that runs on childish impulse, and for a moment the show flirts with something rare: stability. The comedy works because Zoe can match Walden's sweetness without being fooled by it, and she pushes him toward being a partner, not a boy with toys. Winkleman plays her with wit and emotional intelligence, like someone who could exist outside the sitcom world, which makes her exit feel like a real loss. By 2026, she turns 46, and her life beyond the show includes ongoing acting work in British and American productions, balanced with a public life that's quietly unique in its own right. Zoe remains the almost, the person who could have made Walden's second act truly whole. Candy, the sweet, beautiful, delightfully clueless young woman who becomes Alan's second wife, was portrayed by April Bowlby. She was born on July 30th, 1980, in Vallejo, California, and was 25 when she first appeared. Candy's comedy isn't just ditzy, it's sincerity without breaks. She says what she thinks, believes what she's told, and drifts into a Vegas marriage with Alan like it's the most normal thing in the world. That innocence exposes Alan's desperation in the harshest way. He isn't marrying love, he's marrying the fantasy of being wanted. Bowlby makes Candy lovable rather than insulting, which is why the character sticks. You laugh, but you also feel the discomfort underneath. After the show, Bowlby proved she had far more range than Candy ever allowed, moving into more complex roles in television and genre work that let her play sharper and darker. By 2026, she turns 46, and Candy remains one of the show's best mirror characters, proof that sometimes the joke isn't her, it's the grown man who should know better. Eldridge McElroy, Lindsay's perpetually lost teenage son, was portrayed by Graham Patrick Martin. He was born on November 14, 1991, in Thibodaux, Louisiana, and was 19 when he first appeared. Eldridge is the perfect trouble partner for Jake. Loyal, goofy, not exactly academic, and always ready to trade responsibility for video games and junk food. Together, they embody that slacker adolescence that feels funny until you realize it's also a kind of quiet fear of growing up. Eldridge's presence complicates Alan's romance with Lindsay, turning the household into a blended family tangle where nobody feels fully in charge. Martin plays him with loose, natural charm, like that friend every parent secretly worries about, but can't help liking. After his time on the show, Martin moved into more dramatic territory, proving the actor behind the lovable goof had range waiting underneath. By 2026, he turns 35, and Eldridge remains a reminder of the show's later years. Comedy built on the messy truth that not everyone figures it out on schedule. Linda Freeman, the painfully honest therapist trying to untangle the Harper chaos, was portrayed by Jane Lynch. She was born on July 14, 1960, in Evergreen Park, Illinois, and was 44 when she first appeared. Her scenes feel like comedic cross-examinations. Charlie confesses, Alan spirals, and Dr. Freeman sits there calmly, 2 steps ahead, slicing through nonsense with deadpan precision. She never raises her voice. She doesn't need to. That authority is the joke and the relief. Someone finally sees the truth and refuses to sugarcoat it. Lynch's delivery turns small lines into big laughs, and her limited screen time somehow makes her more memorable, like the audience's inner voice walked into the room. Outside the show, Lynch built a towering career across comedy, musical work, and prestige TV. By 2026, she turns 66, and her Dr. Freeman remains the series' smartest addition, a mirror the Harpers fear, because it doesn't judge. It simply tells the truth clearly and lets them squirm. Bridget Schmidt, Walden's ex-wife and the catalyst for his collapse, was portrayed by Judy Greer. She was born on July 20th, 1975 in Detroit, Michigan, and was 32 when she stepped into the role. Bridget is smart, polished, and brutally honest about Walden's emotional immaturity. She walks away from a billionaire and doesn't regret it, which instantly makes her powerful in a world where money usually wins. Every time she returns, she forces Walden to face the parts of himself he'd rather buy his way around, mixing cutting criticism with flickers of lingering affection. Greer plays her as a real person, not the ex. And that's why she lands. She's tired, but she's not cruel. She's simply done. Outside the show, Greer became one of Hollywood's most reliable scene stealers, stacking roles in comedy, drama, and voice work with effortless consistency. By 2026, she turns 51, and Bridget remains the cleanest cut the show ever made, the woman who broke Walden's heart and accidentally opened the door to his second life. Mia, the disciplined ballet teacher who nearly transforms Charlie Harper's life, was portrayed by Emmanuelle Vaugier. She was born on June 23, 1976, in Vancouver, Canada, and was 29 when she first appeared. Mia isn't impressed by Charlie's money or reputation. She demands change: less drinking, fewer women, a healthier life. And for once, Charlie looks nervous, like he can see adulthood approaching and doesn't know how to survive it. Their relationship is full of clashes, her structure versus his chaos, but those battles reveal a version of Charlie rarely seen, a man capable of growth, even if he can't sustain it. Vaugier plays Mia with firmness and warmth, so she feels like a catalyst, not a temporary girlfriend. After the show, she built a robust career across television dramas and genre series, staying visible without chasing tabloid noise. By 2026, she turns 50, and Mia remains the one who tried to choreograph Charlie into becoming better, leaving the show's saddest truth hanging in the air: you can't rescue someone who still enjoys drowning. Melissa, the petite, bubbly receptionist who becomes one of Alan's most intense relationships, was portrayed by Kelly Stables. She was born on January 26, 1978 in St. Louis, Missouri, and was 30 when she joined. At first, she seemed sweet and supportive, thrilled to be with Alan despite his baggage. Then the mask slips, and she becomes jealousy, rage, affection, and insecurity all at once. Their relationship swings between passion and disaster, and the comedy works because it's too close to real, the kind of romance that burns hot because nobody is stable. Stables commits fully, turning what could have been a throwaway girlfriend into a full meltdown you can't look away from. After the show, she continued steadily in television and voice acting, proving her energy wasn't a one-off. By 2026, she turns 48, and Melissa remains a cautionary joke with teeth. Alan wanted love that felt easy, so the universe handed him love that felt explosive. Larry, the laid-back car dealer who unknowingly befriends the man secretly sleeping with his girlfriend, was portrayed by D.B. Sweeney. He was born on November 14, 1961, in Shoreham, New York, and was 52 when he appeared. Larry is affable, straightforward, genuinely decent, which only makes Alan look worse because the humor is built on Alan's cowardice. The irony fuels a string of painfully awkward situations as Alan tries to juggle loyalty, jealousy, and his total lack of backbone. Sweeney plays Larry like a real person, not a rival caricature, so you end up sympathizing with him even while the situation stays ridiculous. Off-screen, Sweeney has carried a long career across film and television, often remembered for romantic leads and clean-cut sincerity, qualities that make Larry's good guy energy feel honest. By 2026, Sweeney turns 65, and Larry remains one of those characters who quietly sharpens the show's comedy, proof that sometimes the nice guy loses, not because he's wrong, but because he's surrounded by people who are. Ms. McMartin, the social worker sent to judge whether Walden and Alan are fit to adopt, was portrayed by Maggie Lawson. She was born on August 12, 1980 in Louisville, Kentucky, and was 34 when she joined. At first, she's pure professionalism, ethical, calm, a gatekeeper with standards, evaluating their bizarre domestic partnership while they pretend to be a couple. The storyline surprises you because it carries real weight, paperwork, responsibility, the idea of what a family is supposed to look like. Then the walls come down and feelings blur lines she's meant to protect, turning the plot into a late series twist that actually stings. Lawson balances warmth, authority, and confusion, so Ms. McMartin never feels like a device. She feels like a person who got pulled into an orbit too weird to resist. Outside the show, Lawson remained a familiar TV presence, beloved for comedic charm and grounded sincerity. By 2026, she turns 46, and Ms. McMartin remains the proof that even in a sitcom built on chaos, the desire for a real home can still land like truth. Jake Harper, the half, who grew up in front of millions, was portrayed by Angus T. Jones. He was born on October 8, 1993 in Austin, Texas, and was only 10 when the show launched in 2003. Jake's power was simplicity. The sleepy, snack-driven kid wandering through adult madness like it's normal, dropping one-liners with a straight face that made scenes pop. If Alan was stress, Jake was the escape, like the part of childhood that refuses to learn shame. Off-screen, Jones became a headline in his own right. At one point, he reportedly landed a deal around $300,000 per episode, making him the highest-paid child actor on TV. Then real life changed the story. In 2012, he publicly criticized the show and urged fans not to watch. And after that, he stepped away, choosing privacy, education, and a quieter life over the machine that comes with early fame. By 2026, Jones is 32, and his story lands differently now. Not a punchline, but a reminder that sometimes the bravest move is walking away from the thing everyone expects you to keep doing. And that's the real legacy of 2.5 Men, a comfort show that became a headline machine. By 2026, there are Emmy wins, shocking scandals, sudden exits, and lives that changed forever. Yet the Malibu house still feels familiar, like a place we used to hide when real life was too loud. If this rewind hit you, like, subscribe, and tell us, which moment or character do you still remember most, and why? In the early 70s, a double-decker bus became a secret clubhouse, and childhood felt limitless. But by 2026, the kids who made Here Come the Double-Deckers unforgettable have lived whole other lives, fame, reinvention, and a few bittersweet goodbyes. So what happened after the bus doors closed and the adventures stopped? Spring, one of the brightest spirits in Here Come the Double-Deckers, 1970 to 1971, was portrayed by Brinsley Ford. He was born on October 16, 1953 in London, England, and was 16 when the series began. Spring's quick wit and upbeat confidence helped the gang feel like real kids, not scripted stereotypes. And the bus felt like a true secret clubhouse because he played every moment like it mattered. After the show ended, Ford built an even bigger second life in music as a founding member and lead singer of the reggae band Aswad, becoming a respected name far beyond children's television. In 2026, he is 72, remembered as a rare child star who didn't just grow up on screen, he reinvented himself and stayed influential in a completely different world. Styx, the steady mate who gave the group its cool-headed balance, was portrayed by Bruce Clark. He was born in 1955 in the United Kingdom and was around 15 when the series began in 1970. Styx wasn't written to dominate the spotlight. He was the kind of friend every childhood gang needs, adding rhythm, loyalty, and calm support when plans got messy. That grounded presence is part of why the double-deckers still feel believable decades later. After the series, Clark kept a much lower public profile than some castmates, choosing a quieter path away from constant fame, which only deepened the "where did they go?" curiosity among longtime fans. In 2026, he is about 71, and his legacy remains tied to the show's warmth. The sense that these kids weren't pretending to be friends. They looked like they truly belonged together. Scooper, the natural leader of the double-deckers, was portrayed by Peter Firth. He was born on October the 27th, 1953 in Bradford, West Riding of Yorkshire, England, and was 17 when the series began in 1970. Scooper's confidence and curiosity helped the gang feel like real kids with real plans, not just a scripted club. He often drives the momentum, keeping the bus adventures playful but purposeful. In 2026, he is 72, and he went on to a major acting career beyond childhood fame, earning acclaim in theater and film, including the stage phenomenon Equus, and later becoming widely known to TV audiences through Spooks, where his grounded intensity reached a new generation. The war film director, a brief but memorable adult cameo, was portrayed by Bob Todd. He was born on December 15, 1921, in Faversham, Kent, England, and was 48 when he appeared during the show's run. Todd plays the part with big, old-school comic seriousness, the kind that makes kids' chaos feel even funnier by contrast. After Double Deckers, he remained a familiar name in British comedy, widely associated with variety and sketch television, including prominent work connected to The Benny Hill Show. His career reflected that classic era when timing and physicality could sell a joke instantly. Todd died on October 21, 1992, at 70, remembered as a dependable comedy craftsman from a very British generation. Billy, the sharp and capable girl in the Double Deckers, was portrayed by Gillian Bailey. She was born on June 14, 1955 in Wimbledon, London, England, and was 15 when the series began in 1970. Billy stood out because she wasn't written as decoration. She's quick-thinking, confident, and fully part of the team, helping the group's Clubhouse on Wheels feel balanced and believable. After the show, Bailey's path became one of the most fascinating. She moved beyond acting into academic life, becoming Dr. Gilly Bush Bailey, known for work in theater and performance studies. In 2026, she is 71, remembered both as a childhood TV favorite and as someone who transformed creativity into scholarship. Mr. Parsons, the stern adult foil who keeps colliding with the kids' schemes, was portrayed by Frank Thornton. He was born on January 15, 1921 in Dulwich, London, England, and was 49 when the series began in 1970. Thornton's gift is authority played straight. He doesn't chase the joke. He becomes the solid wall the comedy bounces off, which makes the children's world feel even more alive. After Double Deckers, he became a British sitcom icon, most famously as Captain Peacock in Are You Being Served?, where his pomp and precision became part of TV history. Thornton died on March 16, 2013 at 92, leaving a legacy built on timing, discipline, and the art of being hilariously proper. Albert the street cleaner, the grumbling working man who keeps getting dragged into kid-sized chaos, was portrayed by Melvin Hayes. He was born on January 11, 1935 in Wandsworth, London, England, and was 35 when the series began in 1970. Albert's comedy works because it feels real. He's just trying to do his job, while a gang of kids turn the street into their playground. Hayes adds warmth beneath the complaints, so Albert becomes part of the show's community rather than a cartoon obstacle. In 2026, Hayes is 91 and he remains widely recognized for a long career in British television, including the much-loved role of Gunner Gloria Beaumont in It Ain't Half Hot Mum, plus decades of stage and screen appearances. Donut, the lovable and often hungry member of the gang, was portrayed by Douglas Simmons. He was born on February 18, 1958, in the United Kingdom, and was just 12 when the series began in 1970. Donut's sweetness and wide-eyed comic timing made him instantly relatable. The kid who follows the fun, means well, and accidentally becomes part of every plan. That gentle energy helped the show feel warm rather than noisy. After acting, Simmons chose a completely different life path, moving away from the spotlight and working in medical computing research connected to the Department of Health. He died on March 15, 2011, at 53, from a heart attack, leaving fans with the bittersweet feeling of a childhood face gone too soon. The policeman, the adult figure who keeps trying to restore order, was portrayed by Ivor Salter. He was born on November 15, 1929, in the United Kingdom, and was around 40 during the show's era. His role may be small, but it matters. He gives the kids freedom a boundary, making the Double-Deckers' secret club feel more daring and real. Salter had a long career across British television and theater, often playing officials and authority types with a recognizable edge. His presence helps the world feel populated, like the city exists beyond the bus. Salter died on June 17, 1994, at 65, remembered as one of those dependable performers who could make even a short appearance feel authentic. Brains, the inventive thinker of the group, was portrayed by Michael Audrison. He was born on August 1, 1956, in England, and was 14 when the series began in 1970. Brains adds the ideas, plans, problem-solving, and curiosity, so the gang feels like a real team with different strengths. His presence keeps the show playful without turning it empty. There's always a reason for the next adventure. After his time on the series, Audrison moved away from acting and pursued creative work behind the scenes, including writing and directing, choosing a quieter route in the industry rather than staying in front of the camera. In 2026, he is 70, remembered as the brains that helped the bus stories feel clever, not just loud. Miss Finch, the teacher who brings a fresh adult energy into the kids' world, was portrayed by Damaris Heyman. She was born on June 16, 1929, in Kensington, London, England, and was 42 when she appeared during the series' run. Heyman plays her with charm and intelligence, rather than harsh authority, which makes the classroom feel like part of the community, not a punishment. Her presence adds variety to the show's world, grown-up rules, kid logic, and the comedy that happens when they collide. Heyman continued working across television, film, and theater for years, building a respected career as a reliable British performer. In 2026, she is 97, remembered as part of the adult framework that made the Double-Deckers' adventures feel grounded. John Berard brought pure theatrical sparkle to Here Come the Double-Deckers as the larger-than-life King of Diamonds. He was born on September 12, 1924, in Cape Town, South Africa, and he was 46 when he first played the role. Instead of treating children's TV like small work, Berard leaned into it with bold presence and showman timing, helping the series feel like imagination made real. Away from the bus and the kids' adventures, he built a long, steady career across British screen work, turning up in well-known titles such as Santa Claus, The Movie, and Doctor Who. Berard passed away on October 13, 2013, at the age of 89, but that flamboyant energy still pops off the screen, proof that a few minutes of character acting can become a lifetime memory. Debbie Russ played Tiger, the youngest spark plug in Here Come the Double-Deckers, and she made mischief feel sweet instead of mean. She was born on August 2, 1960 in England, and she was only 10 when she stepped into the role. Tiger's restless energy and childlike wonder became a burst of sunlight in the gang's chemistry, especially with her ever-present stuffed tiger, which quietly turned the character into a symbol of comfort as much as chaos. By 2026, Russ is 65, and her life after acting tells a different kind of success story. She moved into broadcasting, working as a newsreader on BBC World Service Radio, and later as a presenter on BBC Radio 4 Extra. In a way, she never stopped telling stories. She simply traded a TV clubhouse for a microphone and kept that familiar warmth alive. And that's the legacy of Here Come the Double Deckers, a small kids show that still feels like a real childhood memory. By 2026, some cast members built new lives in music, acting, and broadcasting, while others are gone. But the warmth of that bus lives on every time we rewatch. If this took you back, like, subscribe, and tell us, which double-decker did you remember most? Mrs. Brown's Boys looks like pure chaos, but in 2026, the cast's real lives tell an even wilder story of longevity, exits, and surprises. Here's where they are now, in the same order fans remember. Agnes Brown, the loud and unstoppable matriarch, was portrayed by Brendan O'Carroll. He was born on September 15, 1955 in Dublin, Ireland, and first played Agnes on TV in 2011. Agnes breaks the fourth wall, bulldozes her family's privacy, and still loves them fiercely. In 2026, O'Carroll is 70, still the show's engine on screen and behind the scripts. Buster Brady, Dermot's dim-witted but loyal best mate, was portrayed by Danny O'Carroll. He was born on October 16, 1983 in Dublin, Ireland. Buster's schemes and slapstick disasters are pure chaos, but his innocence keeps him lovable. In 2026, O'Carroll is 42, still closely linked to the character that gives the show its loudest mate energy. Maria Brown, the calm daughter-in-law who survives Brown family madness, was portrayed by Fiona O'Carroll. She was born on September 14, 1980, in Dublin, Ireland. Maria balances the house with patience, raising triplets while refusing to be bullied by Agnes's opinions. In 2026, O'Carroll is 45, still remembered as the steady center that stops the comedy from flying off the rails. Rory Brown, Agnes's flamboyant son with quick wit and big heart, was portrayed by Rory Cowan. He was born on July 15, 1959, in Dublin, Ireland, and was 52 when the show began in 2011. Cowan left the role in 2017, and the character's later status shifted across specials. In 2026, Cowan is 67, still remembered for making Rory a fan favorite. Hilary Nicholson, the snobbish mother-in-law who clashes with Agnes, is portrayed by Susie Blake. She was born on April 19, 1950, in Highgate, London, England. Hilary's polished contempt is comedy fuel, especially when Agnes refuses to be impressed. In 2026, Blake is 76, still respected for career longevity and for playing Hilary with perfect upper-class venom. Detective Mick O'Leary, Kathy's on-and-off Garda boyfriend, is portrayed by Mark Diamond. He was born in 1974 in Wimbledon, London, England. Mick brings romance and exasperation, constantly dragged into Brown family chaos while trying to look professional. In 2026, Diamond is 52 and is also known for directing work, while Mick remains the show's law and order punchline. Dermot Brown, Agnes's mischievous son, who lives for disguises and dodgy plans, is portrayed by Paddy Houlihan. He was born on October 28, 1983, in Dublin, Ireland. Dermot's childish confidence fuels endless disasters, but his devotion to Maria and the family keeps him human. In 2026, Houlihan is 42, still strongly tied to one of the show's biggest sources of slapstick. Winnie McGugan, Agnes's sweet but scatterbrained best friend, is portrayed by Eilish O'Carroll. She was born on November 5, 1952, in Dublin, Ireland. Winnie's literal misunderstandings and loyal gossip sessions give the show its tea and chaos rhythm. In 2026, O'Carroll is 73, still cherished as the gentle counterbalance to Agnes's bulldozer personality. Bono Brown, Agnes's cheeky grandson, is portrayed by Jamie O'Carroll. He was born on July 25, 2006 in Dublin, Ireland. Bono's banter with Agnes lands because it feels real, and their family connection off-screen makes it even warmer. In 2026, he is 19, turning 20, and fans still remember him as the kid who could match Agnes line for line. Hilary Nicholson was portrayed in early episodes by Saoirse Cusack. She was born on April 9, 1949, in Dublin, Ireland. Her version set the tone for Hilary's class clash comedy, bringing sharp judgment with polished restraint. In 2026, Cusack is 77 and remains widely respected across British and Irish television, with her brief turn on the show remembered as the first spark of Hilary's rivalry. William Hunt, the charming suitor who briefly disrupts Agnes's heart, was portrayed by Robert Bathurst. He was born on February 22, 1957, in Accra, Ghana. William's calm sophistication collides with Brown family madness, making the romance episode feel like a playful curveball. In 2026, Bathurst is 69, still active and admired for effortless charm and comedic control. Bubbles McCarthy, the glamorous troublemaker from Mark's past, was portrayed by Sierra O'Callaghan. She was born on January 1, 1972, in Dublin, Ireland. Bubbles arrives like a spark, stylish, bold, and ready to stir chaos in one visit. In 2026, O'Callaghan is 54, still acting, and remembered for bringing a sharp, mischievous guest energy to the Brown universe. Slasher Sam Byrne, the well-meaning handyman with lovable clumsiness, was portrayed by Steve Spears. He was born on February 22, 1965, in Trodery, Wales. Sam's humor comes from good intentions meeting bad timing, adding warmth to the newer specials. In 2026, Spears is 61, still working widely, and his character stands out as a fresh, late-era addition. Kathy Brown, Agnes's kind-hearted daughter who's constantly overwhelmed, is portrayed by Jennifer Gibney. She was born on July 7, 1964, in Dublin, Ireland. Kathy tries to improve her life, find love, and keep peace, but the family drags her back into chaos. In 2026, Gibney is 62, still praised for making Kathy's stress feel funny and strangely relatable. In 2026, the laughs still land because these characters feel like family. Some stayed, some left, but the chaos never really ended. If this took you back, like, subscribe, and tell us your favorite Mrs. Brown moment. In 1986, Crocodile Dundee didn't just introduce a character. It introduced a whole attitude, outback calm, streetwise charm, and a grin that could disarm New York. But in 2026, the real story behind the cast is more bittersweet. Fame, quiet exits, and names we've had to say goodbye to. So where did life take them after the laughs faded, and the legend became history? Mick Crocodile Dundee, the rugged outback hero, was portrayed by Paul Hogan. He was born on October 8, 1939, in Lightning Ridge, New South Wales, Australia, and was 47 when the film released in 1986. Hogan turned bush survival into global charm, and Dundee became a cultural icon overnight. In 2026, Hogan is 86, and this role remains his defining legacy. Ida, the warm pub owner who makes Walkabout Creek feel like home, was portrayed by Maggie Blincoe. She was born in 1933 in Sydney, Australia, and was 52 when the film released in 1986. Her grounded hospitality adds heart behind the adventure, like the Outback's quiet safety net. In 2026, Blincoe is 93, still fondly remembered by fans of the film. Richard Mason, Sue Charlton's slick New York boyfriend, was portrayed by Mark Blum. He was born on May 14, 1950 in Newark, New Jersey, and was 36 in 1986. Blum played Richard as polished and superior, the perfect contrast to Dundee's relaxed authenticity. He died on March 25, 2020, at 69, from COVID-19 complications, leaving a respected stage and screen legacy. Neville Bell, the perceptive Aboriginal tracker with dry humor and cultural insight, was portrayed by David Gulpilil. He was born on July 1, 1953, in Arnhem Land, Northern Territory, Australia, and was 33 in 1986. His presence adds authenticity and depth, grounding the film's Australia with real spirit. Gulpilil died on November 29, 2021, at 68, from lung cancer. Fran, Sue's elegant high society friend, was portrayed by Anne Francine. She was born on August 8, 1917, in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and was 69 in 1986. Fran helps sell the Manhattan contrast, glamour, manners, and subtle judgment, making Dundee's simplicity even funnier. Francine died on December 3, 1999, at 82, after complications from surgery. Gus, the friendly limo driver who helps Dundee navigate New York, was portrayed by Reginald VelJohnson. He was born on August 16, 1952, in Queens, New York, and was 34 in 1986. VelJohnson's warmth makes the city feel less hostile, turning a small role into pure comfort. In 2026, he is 73, still loved for his enduring, reassuring screen presence. Gwendolyn, a stylish slice of New York sophistication, was portrayed by Anne Carlisle. She was born in 1956 in the United States and was 30 when she appeared in 1986. Though brief, her presence adds glossy city texture that sharpens the Outback versus Manhattan contrast. In 2026, Carlisle is 70, still remembered by cult film fans for her distinct 1980s screen aura. Sam Charlton, Sue's wealthy newspaper publisher father, was portrayed by Michael Lombard. He was born on August 8, 1934, in Brooklyn, New York, and was 52 in 1986. His authority and ambition helped spark the assignment that changes everything, adding real-world pressure behind the adventure. Lombard died on August 13, 2020, at 86, leaving decades of memorable character work. Walter Riley, Dundee's loyal friend and the Walkabout Creek hotel owner, was portrayed by John Millen. He was born on May 1, 1934, in Mosman, Australia, and was 52 in 1986. Millen brings warmth and local humor that makes Dundee's world feel lived in and real. He died on August 11, 1989, at 55, from cirrhosis of the liver, leaving a much-missed Aussie screen legacy. The New Yorker, a brief but unforgettable burst of Manhattan attitude in Crocodile Dundee, was portrayed by Paul Greco, He was born on October the 21st, 1955, and was 31 when the film released in 1986. Greco's sharp look and streetwise delivery helped sell the movie's culture clash in seconds. He died on December 17, 2008 at 53, from lung cancer, leaving a cult classic imprint. Nugget, Mick Dundee's easygoing and loyal mate from the Outback crew, was portrayed by Jerry Skilton. He was born in Australia and brought relaxed humor that made Walkabout Creek feel real, not staged. Skilton reprised Nugget in the sequels, keeping that laid-back warmth alive across the franchise. As of 2026, he is around 80, and Nugget remains a fan-favorite part of the Dundee legacy. Sue Charlton, the adventurous journalist who brings Dundee to New York, was portrayed by Linda Kozlowski. She was born on January 7, 1958, in Fairfield, Connecticut, and was 28 in 1986. Sue's curiosity and bravery keep the romance believable and the culture clash warm, not cruel. In 2026, Kozlowski is 68, remembered as the film's emotional bridge between two worlds. And that's the cast of Crocodile Dundee, some still here, others gone, but all locked into a film that never stopped being quoted. If this brought back memories, subscribe, and tell us which classic you want next. Spaceballs wasn't just a sci-fi spoof. It was chaos, satire, and perfect comic timing that still feels fresh. But in 2026, the cast's real lives tell a deeper story. Legends still standing, stars we lost too soon, and performances that never stopped being quoted. President Scrooge was portrayed by Mel Brooks. He was born on June 28, 1926, in Brooklyn, New York. Brooks turned Scrooge into the ultimate incompetent ruler, while also writing, directing, and producing the film. In 2026, he is 100, still celebrated as a comedy titan whose parodies shaped generations. And Scrooge remains a timeless punchline about power and stupidity. Barf, the big-hearted half-man, half-dog co-pilot, was portrayed by John Candy. He was born on October 31, 1950, in Newmarket, Ontario, Canada. Candy gave Barf warmth beneath the slapstick, making a ridiculous character feel lovable and real. He died on March 4, 1994, at 43, from a heart attack while filming in Mexico, leaving fans with laughter that still carries sadness. Dark Helmet was portrayed by Rick Moranis. He was born on April 18, 1953, in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Moranis played the villain with deadpan seriousness, turning tantrums and tiny rage into comedy history. After the loss of his wife, he stepped back from Hollywood to raise his children. In 2026, he is 73, still adored, and Dark Helmet remains one of cinema's funniest parodies. Lone Star was portrayed by Bill Pullman. He was born on December 17, 1953, in Hornell, New York. Pullman kept the madness grounded with understated charm, selling Lone Star as a reluctant hero surrounded by idiots. The role helped launch a career that later spanned blockbusters and acclaimed dramas. In 2026, he is 72, still active, and many fans still meet him first in Eagle 5. King Roland was portrayed by Dick Van Patten. He was born on December 9, 1928, in New York City. Van Patten played the king like a worried father first, giving the parody an unexpected warmth. He was already beloved from decades of stage and television work. He died on June 23, 2015, at 86, from complications related to diabetes, remembered as a comforting presence in American TV history. Colonel Sanders was portrayed by George Weiner. He was born on October 20, 1945, in Boston, Massachusetts. Weiner made Sanders the exhausted professional trapped under Dark Helmet's stupidity, delivering clipped reactions that became endlessly quotable. His career has thrived on being the perfect character actor you always recognize. In 2026, he is 80, still admired for the quiet brilliance that makes supporting roles unforgettable. The radar technician was portrayed by Michael Winslow. He was born on September 6, 1958, in Spokane, Washington. Winslow turned one short scene into a showcase, mimicking bleeps and explosions with his voice like a one-man effects studio. Known worldwide for his sound effect talent, he kept performing for new audiences. In 2026, he is 67, still astonishing crowds with the same unreal skills. Dot Matrix was performed by Lorene Yarnell. She was born on March 21, 1944, in Inglewood, California. While Joan Rivers voiced Dot, Yarnell's physical comedy and mime discipline gave the robot her personality under the rigid costume. She was famous from the act Shields and Yarnell, where movement was everything. Yarnell died on July 29, 2010, at 66, after complications from a stroke, leaving Dot as a beloved cult icon. The diner cameo was performed by John Hurt. He was born on January 22, 1940, in Chesterfield, England. Hurt brilliantly mocked his own alien legacy, turning the chest-burster moment into a tap-dancing gag. His career was towering across film and television, built on emotional precision and fearlessness. He died on January 25, 2017 at 77, and that tiny Spaceball scene now feels like a gift from a great actor unafraid to laugh at himself. The radio operator was portrayed by Sal Viscuso. He was born on October 5, 1948 in Brooklyn, New York. Viscuso played the part like a man who has seen every disaster before and just wants to finish his shift, which makes the chaos funnier. He built a steady career across television with that same dry reliability. In 2026, he is 78, remembered as one of those faces that quietly hold comedies together. The Minister was portrayed by Ronnie Graham. He was born on April 10, 1920, in New York City. Graham specialized in pompous authority figures,